exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Members be open. Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, the recent hate crime on Gauri Shankar Hindu Mandir in Brampton is just one of the many attacks in recent times against the Hindu temples in Canada by anti-Hindu and anti-India groups, like Islamophobia and anti-Semitism, resulting in hate crimes against our mosques and synagogues, causing pain to our Muslim and Jewish brothers and sisters. Hindu Canadians are experiencing the same pain due to rising Hindu phobia. As predicted by a study, Hindu phobia on social media is now graduating to physical attacks. I call upon Canada to take serious note of this alarming trend and respond appropriately. As Canadians, we practice, celebrate, and share our many different religious faiths and heritage peacefully, and let us pledge to continue to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, a magic moment will occur in the next few days when a Ukrainian team participates in the Quebec City Pee Wee Hockey Tournament. The story began in March 2022 when Sean Berube, a former field hockey player who played in Ukraine from age 14 to 17, decided to take his former coach and wife in because of the war in Ukraine, and Russian tanks were 15 kilometers from Kyiv. He then called a former Ukrainian teammate to help him. Mission accomplished because these refugees are now safe and sound, and these Ukrainian people were able to realize a dream by playing field hockey in Quebec. And we allowed these young people, whose fathers are still at the front, to put on their skates for the first time since the beginning of the war in February 2022. So today, I would like to take the opportunity to highlight Mr. Sean Berube, a man who has made a humanitarian gesture that will allow young people to live a unique and magic moment. Thank you, Sean Berube, for your gift to Quebec and of self.
L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Orléans.
Today I'm going to dedicate my first statement of 2023 to recognize someone special from my constituency who has served us all for many years. Lise Séguin, resident.
Lise Séguin is a resident of Orleans and a nurse consultant for the Department of Occupational Health and Safety at the House of Commons. During her career, she has served members of Parliament, senators, employees of the Parliamentary Protective Service, and many other departments.
Recognized for her professionalism, compassion, and her prompt and resourceful service. After 33 years of her selfless service to the House, Lise is retiring. She is here today with her family and her team. We want to say thank you. Merci, Lise.
Thank you, Lise.
And supporting everyone for so many years. Et merci à tous.
I'd like to thank everyone who works in the healthcare sector for your dedication and compassion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-La-Matisse-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, I would like to pay tribute to Emma Hill, a student from Shawinigan Lake in BC, who proudly represented the riding of Avignon-La-Matisse-Matane today during a parliamentary simulation. Emma took the time to contact me to learn about my region and the values of the bloc. She was proud to tell me that these people, and they introduced and passed a bill to hold on to your hat to abolish the monarchy. And yes, Quebec values and this desire to free ourselves from a foreign monarch has made their way to Western Canada. And without a doubt, the election of the Prime Minister was the highlight of this simulation from the Bloc Québécois at the head of a Canadian government. You can't make that up, but it certainly makes you smile. It shows that deciding for ourselves and honoring our identity goes beyond the borders of our beautiful Quebec. To Emma and her classmates, thank you for representing our political party so well. Your intelligence, ambition, and openness to the world and your thirst for independence is inspiring. Bravo and thank you.
Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Speaker, a true Hamilton icon, Denise Christopherson, retired in December as CEO of YWC Hamilton, where she created countless opportunities for women to lead, to excel in non-traditional spaces like science, trade, and politics, to find safety for themselves and for their children. Under Denise's leadership, YWC Hamilton built the first affordable housing residence in our city specifically for women and children. As chair of the Hamilton Status of Women Committee, Denise pushed City Council to adopt an equity, diversity, and inclusion framework. Among her many acts of advocacy for the women she served, Denise also stood before the Standing Committee on the Status of Women to address the needs of senior women in Canada. Denise personifies one of her own favorite statements. When you invest in a woman, you invest in the entire community. Denise Christopherson is a force in Hamilton, and I wish her a hearty congratulations in her retirement.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, crime, mental health, and addiction are top priorities on the minds of many who live in Kelowna Lake Country, and it was a top issue of importance during the last municipal elections across British Columbia. At our downtown constituency office, we see these very complex issues in front of our windows every day. Kelowna's RCMP superintendent commented how the revolving door needs to stop spinning and stated, quote, being compassionate and concerned about mental health and substance use does not mean that we need to accept repeat criminal behavior, unquote. Our Conservative leader called on the government to end catch and release bail for dangerous, violent, repeat offenders. I've introduced the End the Revolving Door Act, where those sentenced to federal penitentiaries could receive a mental health assessment and curative addiction treatment recovery. Criminal justice, mental health, and addiction are complex issues, and we need to use many tools, including helping people recover from addiction and ultimately help the communities they come back to be safer.
I just want to remind the honourable members that statements are being made, and we all want to hear what's being said, so if they're talking, maybe just whisper a bit and amongst themselves and not talk too loud. It would certainly be appreciated by all of us. The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 28 years ago, Canada's first black woman elected to Parliament, the Honourable Dr. Jean Augustine, was responsible for the House of Commons designated February as Black History Month in Canada. Every February and throughout the year, we honour the legacy of Black Canadians, past and present, whose contributions have helped to make Canada the prosperous, compassionate, and multicultural nation that it is today. It's also a time to reflect on and to remove the inequities that still exist for Black Canadians. Join me in participating in Black History Month events in Oakville, North Burlington, as well as digital spaces while learning more about our community's rich Black history. The Canadian Caribbean Association of Halton, Halton Black History Awareness Society, Sheridan College, Black Mentorship Inc., and many other organizations are hosting events and community programming taking place this month and throughout the year. Happy Black History Month.
The honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, Spidey Koshane and her husband, Oman Jokar, have been imprisoned, tortured, and beaten in Iran simply for wanting to protect Iranian wildlife and conduct legitimate environmental research. In a rare letter from prison, Spidey writes that she perseveres for her country, for women of her country, for young people, and for all the wounded in justice. Mr. Speaker, I rise here alongside my York Region Liberal Caucus colleagues in sponsorship of Spidey Koshane, Oman Jokar, and 5 other environmental activists wrongly imprisoned for loving their country. Mr. Speaker, we come together to amplify their voices and to advocate for universal human rights in Iran, and we stand with and alongside the movement of women, life, freedom. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, violent crime in Canada has increased by 32% since this Prime Minister took over. Gang-related homicides have increased by 92%, and this is happening here in Canada. Many women have tragically fallen victim to the violence, and violent crime is raging out of control in our cities. Some women are afraid to take the train. On June 17th, a Toronto woman in her 20s died of her injuries as she was brutally set on fire while taking public transit. On December 8th, a 31-year-old woman was fatally stabbed on a Line 2 train at Hyde Park Station. Crime rates continue to rise and women continue to be targeted. The government has had 8 years, and under this Prime Minister, violent crime is rising. For the protection of women and children, I implore this Prime Minister to take responsibility, protect our communities, and reform our bail system. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first day of Lunar New Year started on January 22nd. Asian Canadians community in Richmond Centre and many around the world began their 15-day celebration to welcome the Year of the Rabbit. This year, many Canadian families and friends are finally able to gather safely together to celebrate this significant festival. I was grateful to join with many of my constituents as we count down into the Lunar New Year and celebrate it with street parades and lion dance performances. We even invited Asian Canadians from across our country yesterday to come to our nation capital to commemorate this joyous occasion with my fellow Member of Parliament and our Prime Minister. During this celebration, let us take time to recognize the immense contributions Asian Canadians have made and remind ourselves how vibrant and multicultural Canada is. I wish everyone a success, prosperity, and good health in the Year of the Rabbit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals seem to have forgotten that taxes, deficits, and inflation are all determined by policies set by the federal Liberal government. 8 years ago, the Liberals inherited a fiscal house in order. Conservatives delivered lower taxes to Canadians. We also eliminated a deficit while increasing health transfers to the provinces. Canadians made sure those who were struggling to make ends meet would pay no federal income tax. And we cut the GST. Today, in contrast, taxes are going up. Canadians across the country have energy bills they cannot pay, they cannot afford because of the carbon tax. Rent and mortgage payments are excessive because of rising interest rates. Canadian households are living through the worst cost of living crisis in 40 years because of this Liberal government. Canadians have a choice to continue on the ruinous path the Liberals have us on, or to follow the Conservatives, where families won't just get by, they'll get ahead.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
After 8 years of this Liberal government, what do we have? We have corruption and we have incompetence. The Prime Minister is routinely found guilty of violating the ethics laws of this country. The Minister for Public Safety backdates documents to cover up for himself. And the Minister of International Trade, she gives juicy contracts to her close personal friends. Let's talk incompetence. The Minister of International Trade finds the time to approve a contract for her personal friend, but what she doesn't find the time to do is to stop the importation of goods made with forced labor from the Xinjiang region of China. That's right, they haven't stopped a single shipment. Despite the ban, nothing has been stopped. The Americans, they've received billions of dollars of goods. It is gross incompetence. But don't worry, there is hope on the horizon. A Conservative government under our new leader will sweep away the corruption and the incompetence and deliver a government all Canadians can be proud of.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, today is the beginning of Black History Month, and I would like to take this opportunity to celebrate the life of an incredible woman. On January 21st, Monique Dauphin tragically passed away in Montreal. Ms. Dauphin was born in Haiti and came to our country in 1969. She dedicated her entire life to the Haitian community with a clear feminist agenda. Her work meant that she was active for 10 years at the Maison d'Haïti. She is survived by her beloved family, her friends, and her entire community. Mr. Speaker, I would invite everyone to take this opportunity to stop and take the time to learn more about the culture and history of our Black communities. Systemic racism and discrimination still exist and are part of our daily lives for far too many people. And I'm sure that Ms. Dauphin, who fought against anti-Black racism, would agree with this statement. Because better knowing others is the perfect antidote to prejudice and racism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Last week, I hosted a healthcare roundtable in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith and heard from healthcare professionals, including nurses. Nurses are the backbone of our healthcare system, yet this government hasn't been treating them as such. We know that nursing, frontline care work, and all forms of care are dominated by women, BIPOC, and new immigrants. Despite the vitally important work they do, nurses have been consistently undervalued, underpaid, and overworked. They've reached their breaking point. They need fair and safe working conditions that values the important profession it is. They need a real commitment from this government that help is on the way to ensure healthcare workers are recruited and retained. We must see all care work, whether paid or unpaid, work that mainly falls on the strong shoulders of women, to be properly compensated. Nurses need more than empty words. They need a lifeline and deserve respect. We owe it to them and to all women to value the care that they give us all.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, our community of Joliette has been mourning since the announced death of René Laurent. René Laurent, Mayor of Joliette from 2001 until 2013, was also the Director General of the School Board and a municipal councillor. But for me, he was the first Bloc Member of Parliament for the riding of Joliette from 1993 to 2000. Finally, Quebec had a voice in Ottawa, and that voice in Joliette was René's. He was respected by all, very hardworking, meticulous, close to his people, funny, and endowed with much appreciated musical talent. For example, every Christmas, he would sing a few classics, and at the reception marking the closing of the Centre Block of Parliament, he talked about the reality of being an MP in his day, but also about the changes he saw in recent years. René would have celebrated his 83rd birthday in a few days. I offer my most sincere condolences to his wife, Suzanne, to his family, and to the entire population of Joliette. Thank you, René.
China Waskena.
Under this Liberal government, everything is broken, and nowhere is that more evident than in the travel sector. Last summer, thousands of Canadians were stranded in airports due to cancelled and delayed flights and lost luggage. With summer vacations ruined, many Canadians said to themselves that things couldn't possibly get any worse. But, Mr. Speaker, when the Liberals are in power, things can always get worse.
Hear, hear.
In the following months, the Transport Minister accomplished absolutely nothing because over the Christmas and New Year's travel season, thousands more Canadians were stranded in far-flung destinations due to the Liberals' inability to approve work permits for airline workers and to hold airlines accountable for service standards. The minister didn't even bother to phone the airline executives until weeks later. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government, it's time for the Liberals to take a permanent vacation and for the Conservatives to clean up what they have ruined.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, I cannot begin to describe what it was like to grow up in Mississauga with a woman like Hazel McCallion as our mayor. She won her election 45 years ago at a time when many thought it was unthinkable for a woman to seek office. Hazel proved them wrong, and over her 36 years of service, she was a shining example of what a woman in leadership is capable of. Fearless and compassionate, she was a force to be reckoned with, a hurricane, Mr. Speaker. Even after retiring, she spent her later years continuing to give back to the city that she loved and who loved her in return. Last weekend, with 101 years under her belt, Hazel McCallion passed away. She blazed a trail so that many women will continue walking for generations to come. Thank you, Hazel. You ran so that we could run with you. May you rest in peace.
I just want to point out before we go on that SO31s are limited to 60 seconds. And one of the hardest parts of being speaker is having to cut someone off because they've gone over the 60. So to all of you who did your SO31 day, thank you. None of you went over 1 minute. That's appreciated. Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
After 8 years in power, how much has the Government of Canada given in contracts to McKinsey? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we understand how important it is for Canadians to have a good deal, so that is the reason for which I've asked the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister for Public Services and the President of the Treasury Board to follow up on these contracts to make sure that all rules have been followed and all parameters have been respected, and to make sure that they are open and transparent with committees on what has been done and how it was done. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. needs a review. Can't he just ask how much his own government spent on contracts to this company? I mean, we're talking at least $120 million. I asked him this question 5 times the last time he was in this House. He was unable to answer. Perhaps the number is too high to count, but this is a company that's engulfed in scandals in France, that helped kill people in the United States and possibly in Canada through the opioid crisis, and helped foreign governments suppress their own people. Surely the Prime Minister would know how much he paid this company after 8 years. How much?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
As these contracts were, for the large part, signed and negotiated by the public service, it's important that we actually be able to have clarity on the answers, which is why I've asked the Minister of Public Services and the President of the Treasury Board to look in carefully to make sure that Canadians did get value for money and that all the rules and procedures were appropriately followed. The ministers, of course, will be sharing that information with committees and with all parliamentarians. It's important that Canadians see exactly how government is investing their money.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He says that the public servants recruited McKinsey and its managing director, Dominic Barton. Well, that's not what he said before. And I quote, "I met the leaders of major corporations from around the world, and one thing they all had in common. They all knew Dominic. I came to appreciate, maybe even envy, Dominic's contact list. So I recruited him, far from having public servants do it. In fact, public servants say they have no idea what McKinsey actually did for all this money. So given that he recruited this company, how much should he pay them?"
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over our time in office, I have been touched by seeing how many Canadians of extraordinary backgrounds have put their hands up and offered to serve their country, to contribute to Canadian success and contribute to governments. And Dominic Barton has certainly served his country in many ways, including by being an outstanding ambassador to China. In regards to contracts assigned to McKinsey by the public service, as I said, we are following up on how those contracts were chosen, allocated, and fulfilled.
Can I continue? I just want to remind the honourable members to look at their whips and follow their instructions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He always blames everybody else for his actions. After 8 years in government, he never takes responsibility. So now he's blaming the public servants for paying over $120 million to his friends at McKinsey. But here's what the public servants told the media. We had a few presentations on very generic, completely vapid stuff. There were nice colors, nice presentations, and they said they would revolutionize everything. But in the end, we have no idea what they did. Well, what they did is get over $120 million. We still don't know exactly how much. So what was the total, Mr. Prime Minister?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, the ministers are appropriately looking into that to make sure all rules are followed. But, Mr. Speaker, as we move forward, we're focused on Canadians right now and the need to support Canadians who are going through a really difficult time, whether it's grocery prices, whether it's gas, whether it's paying their rents. That's why we've stepped up with direct supports for Canadians. We'll continue to. And we certainly hope that Conservatives, putting aside their opposition to more support for Canadians who are renting or more support so people can send their kids to the dentist, will step up and support on childcare, on disability, and on other investments that support Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, after 8 years in power, rents have doubled from $1,000 to $2,000. Monthly mortgage payments have doubled from $1,500 to well over $3,000. 1 in 5 Canadians are skipping meals, and half of Canadians are cutting groceries because of the food price inflation that his carbon tax has caused. And where's the money going? $15 billion for high-priced consultants like McKinsey. Now, when he hired McKinsey, he announced it was for $1 a year, up to at least $120 million a year. How do you explain that? Is it just inflation?
I just want to remind the honourable members to place their questions through the Speaker, not to the Speaker, and you can't do indirectly what you can't do directly. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while the Conservative Party focuses on schoolyard taunts, we're going to stay focused on being there for Canadians. We've stepped up with investments that have helped Canadians significantly through this difficult time. We know people are facing tough times, and that's why we continue to step up with a doubling of the GST credit over 6 months, with moving forward on support for low-income renters, and so that all families can send their kids to the dentists. Unfortunately and inexplicably, despite all his rhetoric, the Leader of the Opposition stood against those last 2 measures. We are hoping that they are going to see that investing and supporting Canadians, not abandoning the middle class, is what we need from them.
The Honourable Member for Bailleul-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After recent news, after tensions with the arrival of the representative chosen by the Prime Minister, who I met at lunch, after past statements that may have been regretted, there has been polarization between Quebec and Canada. If the Prime Minister wishes there to be better communication between communities, will he admit that he did things incorrectly? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, very clearly, there are difficult conversations to have as a society. It's always the case, be it against systemic racism throughout the country, be it to defend fundamental rights and freedoms. There are always difficult and important discussions to have, and I believe that everyone understands that rhetoric and exaggerations from any front does not help, and that is the reason for which we have appointed a special representative to fight against Islamophobia, who I know will acquit herself brilliantly through these conversations. The Honourable Member for Bailleul-Chambly. Well, it's important, yes, but it should not be that difficult. In order to reduce polarization, to truly work towards mutual understanding, to mitigate the terrible consequences of recent decisions, can the Prime Minister calm things and admit before this chamber and confirm before this chamber that Bill 21 is not Islamophobic? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for years now I've expressed my concern that certain bills, including Bill 21, could flout fundamental individual freedoms. I know that this is not an opinion shared by all, but I hope, and I see that my honourable colleague takes this to heart as well. I believe that we can have responsible and difficult conversations to bring people together rather than to create clefts and divisions. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Or your loved one falls sick, or your mom needs a surgery, you need nurses in the hospital to provide that care. Since the Prime Minister has been elected, the shortage of nurses was 5,800. Now the shortage for nursing is 29,000 positions. the situation has gotten a lot worse, not better. The Prime Minister promised to hire more nurses, but hasn't done that. And when Conservative premiers want to privatize for-profit our services, he encourages it and celebrates it. Why has the nursing shortage gotten worse, not better, with the Prime Minister?
Here, the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, through the depths of the pandemic, this federal government stepped up with over $72 billion in extra investments in healthcare across the country, on top of the $40 or so billion a year we send to the provinces for delivery of healthcare, to hire nurses, to ensure proper healthcare delivery across the country. One of the things that we saw during the pandemic is there is a need to continue and even increase working together to ensure that Canadians get the best possible medical services across the country. That's why we'll be sitting down with the provinces next week to talk about the future of healthcare services across this country.
Well, member for Burnaby South.
When the Prime Minister came to power, there was a shortage of 5.8 thousand nurses. Now it's 5 times worse. He promised to hire more, but this promise has been shattered. When provincial premiers seek to privatize our healthcare system, they call that innovation. Why is the Prime Minister making the healthcare crisis even worse instead of making it better? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Quite the contrary, Mr. Speaker. We saw the challenges against which Canadians were. During the pandemic, we invested $72 billion extra dollars in healthcare federally, on top of the $40 billion that were already being sent every year to the provinces to deliver healthcare services. We know that we need to do more, and that is the reason for which we will sit around the table with the provinces next week to talk about the way how more investment and more cooperation will allow us to deliver better service for Canadians throughout the country in our public service and system, of course.
Mr. Speaker, we know that the insiders at McKinsey got rich, and we know that Canadians got 40-year highs in inflation, but after 8 years of this Prime Minister, $15 billion for consultants. What did Canadians get? They got record food bank visits. He doubled their rent. He doubled their mortgage payments. The Prime Minister says that things have never been better. And for him and his friends, that's true. But over here in the real world, Canadians are struggling. So will the Prime Minister show some humility, admit there's a problem, and start working for ordinary Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
That might be a little more credible coming from the Conservatives if they hadn't voted against benefits for low-income renters just a few months ago. If they hadn't voted against extra support so families who couldn't afford to send their kids to the dentist could finally send them to the dentist. Mr. Speaker, what we hear from the Conservative Party is promotion of cuts, promotion of austerity, instead of stepping up and actually investing in the support that Canadians need. We managed to deliver targeted supports in a way that maintains our strong fiscal position so that we're coming through these difficult times by leaning on each other as we always do.
Honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, I know that he doesn't want to talk about his friends at McKinsey. The only person in Canada who thinks things are good is the Prime Minister. But after 8 long years, and the billions that he's bragging about, has given Canadians long lineups at airports, long immigration backlogs that number into the millions, long wait times for a passport. SNC Lavalin, We Charity, McKinsey, the list goes on, and at every point, he's working for well-connected insiders and leaving the middle class behind. Will he finally take responsibility for that?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
As Conservatives continue to blame this government for everything from COVID-19 to the war in Ukraine, we're going to continue to be there to invest in Canadians, to support people through the difficult times they're going through. That's why we have consistently stepped up to invest in Canadians, despite Conservatives screaming every day that we were doing too much for Canadians, that we were helping too much through this pandemic. The reality is we stepped up and our economy bounced back strongly, and we're going to continue to step up as Canadians face difficult times with inflation and rising interest rates. We will be there for Canadians despite the Conservatives calling for cuts.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, Let us talk about what we know about the McKinsey affair. We know that the Prime Minister, the Minister for Finance and Dominic Barton are great friends. We know that their friendship was also a reason for which Mr Barton was able to secure nearly $117 million in federal government contracts for McKinsey. Since 8 years ago, we know that all the contracts given to McKinsey were for work that our public servants could have done in-house. But now, we know that the Prime Minister no longer trusts his own public servants. Why is that? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Like I said, Mr Speaker, the two Germain ministers are doing follow-ups to make sure that Canadians got a good deal and that these contracts followed all rules and met the parameters established to make sure that contracts granted by government are judicious. We will continue not only to be transparent with people, we will also continue to invest in the middle class. The question is why they were against dental care, why the Conservatives were against low-income renters. Why have the Conservatives abandoned the middle class? The Right Honourable, the Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. The Prime Minister is always trying to divert the debate, but there is a lack of trust in the government, in the public service. After appointing Isabelle Hudon to the head of the Business Development Bank of Canada, the first thing she did was to award a contract of $4.9 million to McKinsey to do work that could have been done in-house at the BDC. BDC staff are so frustrated that they mentioned it. They rose up against it. Why grant all these contracts when the work could be done in-house in the government? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I already answered this question, Mr Speaker. The reality of the matter is that we are currently experiencing very difficult times for Canadians. As a government, we are here to help them. We are here to help them by doubling tax credits on GST. During 6 months, we are here to help them with dental care for those who cannot send their children to a dentist, for example. We are also helping low-income renters. Unfortunately, the Conservative Party has systematically voted against these initiatives. They prefer austerity to investments that will help Canadians weather the storm.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Today, the Prime Minister's friend Dominic Barton will appear before the Government Operations Committee. Over the last 8 years, Canadians have been struggling, but Dominic Barton's former company has cashed at least $100 million worth of government checks for consulting services. Now, I will be asking Dominic Barton about his involvement in the opioid crisis. While Barton was advising the Prime Minister and while his company was collecting Canadian government contracts, they were advising Purdue Pharma on how to turbocharge opioid sales. During their time working together, did the Prime Minister ever ask Dominic Barton about his work turbocharging opioid sales?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I know Mr. Barton is looking forward to appearing at committee and answering any and all those questions. What I will highlight is that as a government, we will continue to stay grounded in science and facts and data as we address the terrible opioid epidemic across this country, where Conservatives dig into random conspiracy theories and ignore science and evidence on how to keep people safe through the opioid epidemic. We are going to continue to step up with a harm reduction approach, with an approach that puts science first and that keeps Canadians safe through this terrible ordeal.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, McKinsey's involvement in the opioid crisis is not a conspiracy theory. It's in the New York Times. The Prime Minister should read the stories about how under Dominic Barton, McKinsey incredibly advised Purdue Pharma on a scheme to pay pharmacists for overdoses, paying pharmacists for overdoses. I asked a specific question for the Prime Minister about his conversations with Dominic Barton, and I think families deserve an answer. Did the Prime Minister ever ask Dominic Barton about his work with Purdue Pharma, yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, with so many conspiracy theories rattling around the Conservative caucus, one can understand where the member would misunderstand me. I was referring to the approach that the Conservative leader is taking against harm reduction, against science and evidence in supporting people facing with the tragedies of the opioid epidemic. We need to put a public health lens on this. We need to be grounded in science and data as we look to care for the most vulnerable, not have a criminal approach and not be grounded in things that sound good, but actually will be harming the most vulnerable people. That's what I was calling out on the Conservative side.
The Honourable Member for Bailleul-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, given it's a question of building bridges, some of his members go to the front in Quebec to defend his most indefensible positions, because members for Saint-Maurice Champlain and Honoré Mercier expressed reserves. I would like to hear what the Prime Minister has to say or said to his Quebec MPs, rather than instead of just saying that he supported 100% his appointment. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am very proud to be part of the Liberal Party of Canada's Quebec caucus, and I would like to say that we are here for difficult conversations between us with Quebecers and with Canadians. Islamophobia is a delicate question, I know, throughout the country, not just in Quebec. And that is the reason for which we are here, to dialogue with our colleagues, to talk about how we can create a better feeling of unity in Canada, to be here. I was pleased to have been in Sainte-Foy on Sunday and will continue to be here for the Muslim community. The Honourable Member for Bailleul-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, if we separate the notion of secularism and racism, and given what he has proposed is between mediocre and terrible, and without judging someone's particular statements, it's the public that will make their decision, and without putting anyone on trial, I have a difficult conversation for the Prime Minister. Why would he not meet with me to create an alternative to the current mistakes? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it is incumbent upon the opposition to oppose what the government does. Sometimes we agree and sometimes we do not. On this side of the House, we know that we made the right choice in Amira El-Hawabi as Special Representative against Islamophobia, and we support her in the very important work that she has to do in the months and the years to come.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
After 8 years of this Prime Minister, mortgage payments have more than doubled, from $1,500 a month to over $3,000 a month. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, rent has more than doubled, from about $950 to over $2,000. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, a fifth of Canadians are skipping meals or cutting groceries because they can't afford the inflationary carbon tax he's imposed on our farmers. After 8 years, 30,000 people have died of the hopelessness of drug addiction, egged on by McKinsey, which promoted the opioid crisis in this country. Why does he keep governing for the super rich instead of the ordinary Canadian?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past 8 years, we have consistently stepped up for the middle class and people working hard to join it with a Canada Child benefit that Conservatives voted against, with child care agreements across the country that Conservatives campaigned against, with investments in rental benefits for low-income renters, with investments so that all families can take their kids to the dentist. These are the kinds of things we've invested in that have not only benefited Canadians, but created a strong and growing economy. The Conservatives have had nothing to offer but a recommendation around Bitcoin.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Wrong economy? It's like he's telling Canadians that they've never had it so good. Why doesn't he talk to the 1.5 million Canadians going to food banks in a given month, some of whom are asking food bank presidents for help committing suicide, not because they're sick, but because they're too hungry? It's as though he hasn't spoken to the 9 in 10 young people who don't own homes, who believe they never will because mortgage payments have doubled under his watch. It's as though he's not spoken to the 30,000 families who've lost loved ones because of the record overdoses that have happened under his watch. Why won't he take responsibility for this disaster?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
very, very clear that this government is very aware of the difficult times Canadians are facing right now. That is why we've stepped up with direct, targeted supports for people who need it, why we continue to invest in Canadians, even despite Conservative politicians continuing to call on us to do less, to spend less, to support people less. That is why they voted against support for the lowest income renters just a couple of months ago. That's why they voted against support for families who couldn't afford to send their kids to the dentist. We will stay on the sides of Canadians while they abandon the middle class.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It's the middle class that is footing the bill. He who doubled our national debt by adding more debt than all other prime ministers combined, which caused the highest inflation rate in 40 years. The more he spends, the more Canadians have to foot the bill. It's the just inflation for which Canadians are footing the bill. And what do we get in counterpoint? A greater number of people that have to go to food banks, an ever-growing class of poverty, and more money for his friends at McKinsey. So how much money has McKinsey received? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, what we note is that when the Conservatives speak about Canadian challenges over the past few years, what they never mention is the pandemic. And it's perhaps because had the Conservatives been right, then no investments would have been made to support Canadians during the pandemic. There would have been thousands of SMEs going bankrupt, millions of Canadians not receiving the assistance necessary to weather the storm of the pandemic. We invested while they were casting doubts on vaccines. We helped Canadians to weather the storm. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Me that says that this Prime Minister overspent, it's Bill Morneau. Remember him? My old friend Bill Morneau. He's the one that said this Prime Minister spent too much. And the future Liberal leader, Mark Carney, is the one who, along with the current Governor of the Bank of Canada, says that this overspending is contributing to inflation. 40% of the spending had nothing to do with COVID. In fact, much of it went to Liberal cronies and Liberal friends, with nearly doubling the amount of money that goes to high-priced consultants like McKinsey. If he has nothing to hide, one more chance. How much did he pay McKinsey?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, you know the Conservative leader is stumbling over himself when he starts quoting random Liberals. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to move forward on investing in Canadians every day.
Please listen to your whip. Right Honourable Prime Minister, from the top, please.
Out of the funk they seem to be in. So we're going to continue to stay focused on investing in Canadians. We're going to continue to stay focused on being there for people while Conservatives continue to push austerity and cuts and criticize us for having supported people through the pandemic. We're going to demonstrate that we understand that building a strong economy involves investing and supporting people, which is why apparently they voted against support for renters, support for dental care for young kids. These are things that we disagree with them on. They will continue to try and fling mud. We will continue to stay focused on Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Everyone in this country should be able to find a home that meets their needs and that's in their budget. Sadly,
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Everyone in this country should be able to find a home that meets their family's needs and it's in their budget. Sadly, that's not the case. People are struggling to find a home that they can afford. And the rent under this Prime Minister, since he's taken office, has gone up by 60%. It's a massive increase. And people are struggling. The Prime Minister hasn't built the homes he promised he would build, nor has he tackled speculation that's driving up the cost of housing. Why has the housing crisis gotten worse, not better, under this Prime Minister?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we know that housing affordability is a real concern, and we continue to be committed to tackling it. It's why we've introduced the first-time homebuyer incentive, why we committed over $82 billion to the National Housing Strategy and supported the creation and repair of almost 500,000 homes. We announced a rent-to-home program. We've helped more than 2.6 million families get the housing they need, and we're working to ensure that every Canadian has an affordable place to call home. We understand, Mr. Speaker, there is more to do, but we are continuing to do it.
Hear, hear. Member for Burnaby South.
Tout le monde doit pouvoir avoir.
Everyone should be able to find affordable housing. But unfortunately, that's not the case. It's harder and harder for people to pay their bills. Since this Prime Minister has been in power, rent has gone up 60%. That's a massive increase. The Prime Minister has promised to build more affordable housing, but has not done it. Why is the Prime Minister making the housing crisis worse? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague knows, the housing crisis is affecting a lot of people, and we will continue to address the problem. That is why we have created the incentive to buy first property, and we have also invested billions of dollars in the National Housing Strategy. We are supporting construction and renovation of 500,000 units. And we are also supporting rent-to-buy programs. We are helping thousands of families to find the housing they need, and we will continue to do so.
The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, when I talk to my neighbors in Mississauga Lakeshore, they expect their government to have their backs during tough times in a responsible way. They want us to promote economic growth to sustain programs that are important to them. They certainly don't want indiscriminate conservative cuts that puts them in harm's way. Mr. Prime Minister, please tell this House what is our plan to support the middle class and continue growing an economy that works for all Canadians.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is my great pleasure to congratulate the member for Mississauga Lakeshore for becoming the newest member of this House. His constituents can rest assured that we will take no lessons from the Conservative Party's records of austerity and cuts when it comes to supporting people. While this Conservative leader promotes Bitcoin to Canadians dealing with inflation, we've cut childcare fees in half across this country. We've eliminated the interest on student loans. We've made sure parents don't have to choose between buying groceries and taking their kids to the dentists. All measures that the Conservatives voted against.
The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
8 years of this Prime Minister's overspending has led to the current inflationary crisis. Canadians have never struggled more with paying for food, fuel, and shelter. Former Finance Minister Bill Morneau, former Bank Governor Mark Carney, and the current Bank of Canada Governor Tiff Macklin all agree these Liberals have overspent and Canadians are suffering as a result. When will this Prime Minister rein in his inflationary spending so that life in Canada can once again become affordable?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, that was the excuse Conservatives gave when they voted against rental benefits for the most vulnerable renters. That's what the excuse they gave when they said, no, we're not going to make sure that all families can send their kids to the dentist in this country. They said, oh no, that's too much spending. Mr. Speaker, we have the strongest balance sheet in the G7. We have an enviable fiscal position, and this government is choosing to use that to support Canadians in targeted ways that are going to help them through these difficult times, while Conservatives stand there and vote against it. Mr. Speaker, we'll take no lessons from them.
The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
this Prime Minister should learn the lesson that he has not acted in the best interest of Canadians with 8 years of wasteful inflationary spending. Now this government wants Canadians to just trust them and give them a blank check for $2 billion to invest in a company that does not even exist. Well, we heard that before when they wasted $35 billion on an infrastructure bank that has not completed not even one project in 6 years. Will this Prime Minister admit that because his government wasted billions...
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, one of the areas in which I know the member opposite feels we wasted money over the past years is in procurement of vaccines, Mr. Speaker, in trusting science and evidence in our approach to keep people safe right across the country. Indeed, it has been shown that the approach she was pushing during the pandemic would have resulted in tens of thousands of deaths more than we actually had and a much slower economic recovery. We made the choice during that pandemic to step up, to follow science, to be there for Canadians. That's exactly what we did. We can understand how she did.
L'honorable député de Bellechasse.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Ichemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are struggling. Inflation is taking more and more away from their paychecks. 1.5 million people have had to go to food banks over the past month. Students are having to live in shelters. And pregnant mothers need to make the heart-rending choice of feeding themselves or their children. And what does this government have to say? Canadians have never had it so good. What will it take, Prime Minister, for you to understand what's going on with Canadians and their suffering? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Well, let me be clear. Canadians are facing serious challenges. And that is why we have brought forward initiatives to help them, whether it be help for low-income renters, whether it be to help families send their kids to the dentist. Despite the rhetoric that I'm hearing from my colleague across the way, she voted against these concrete measures that could help mothers not have to choose between sending their kids to the dentist and buying groceries. That's what we're doing to be there for Canadians. The honourable member. We don't need to spend more. We need to spend better. Mr. Speaker, according to the annual report on food prices, an average 4-member family will have to spend $1,065 more on their groceries than in 2022. Canadian families are already struggling, and in 2023, more and more of them will just not be able to make ends meet. This government has been here for 8 years. Can this Prime Minister look Canadians in the eye and tell them that they have nothing to complain about? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague just suggested that we need to spend better than helping families send their kids to the dentist. I mean, we could have a debate on that, but that's not the debate that our colleagues have chosen to have. The Conservatives are hoping that Canadians will not learn that they voted against helping kids go to the dentist. Instead, they want austerity. They want cuts. They think that that's how we're going to help Canadians face these challenges. On this side of the House, we don't agree, and we will continue to be there for Canadians, despite Conservative austerity. The honourable member for Jonquière. Was it me? Yes? Okay. Mr. Speaker, after years of insistence from Quebec, the provinces, and the Bloc Québécois, the Prime Minister has finally invited his counterparts to a meeting about health transfers on February 7th. The Prime Minister shouldn't make this a PR affair. February 7th should be the first day of ending the crisis. February 7th needs to be the day when the Prime Minister proves to patients and healthcare workers that we're starting to repair the health system. Not in 2024, not next spring, now. Will the Prime Minister bring his checkbook to the meeting? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, yes, we will be there with further investment in the healthcare system. That's what I've been saying for months and even years. Canadians care about receiving quality health care. They want more for family care, mental health. They want better care in our ERs. We need to invest in the health care system, and I'm looking forward to sitting down with the provinces to move forward on this, to help Canadians throughout the country. The honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, it seems that the Prime Minister is struggling to realize that the healthcare transfers are not a merely political issue. They are a human issue. Burned out nurses who are thinking of leaving the profession, people worried about their health who are on waiting lists, people who just can't get a doctor. These people are waiting for a concrete solution. And that means that we need a substantial and regular increase in federal funding. We're not talking about political games or a PR operation. After the meeting on Tuesday, will the Prime Minister finally end this chronic health underfunding? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, what Canadians don't want is arguments between the provinces and the federal government. What Canadians do want is that different levels of government work together to deliver better health care, and that's exactly what we're doing. Yes, there will be more money, but we also want results for Canadians. We want results in the form of more GPs, more help for mental health care, more help in our ERs, and less delay for surgeries. We know what Canadians need. We are going to work together to deliver it.
Honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of a soft-on-crime Liberal government, Canada's justice system is badly broken. A young police officer shot and killed by someone with a lifetime firearms ban, a serious criminal history, and yet out on bail. The Liberals' broken bail system is putting Canadian lives at risk, yet this Justice Minister refuses to answer the call of all 13 premiers and police associations across the country to reform the bail system. Will the Prime Minister take the opportunity today to do what his Justice Minister has refused to do and commit to reforming the Liberals' broken bail system?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the increase in violence in so many of our communities is heartbreaking to see and continues to be a priority for us to respond to. We will always look at what more we can do alongside the provinces, territories, and municipalities. The Minister of Justice and Attorney General met with his counterparts and discussed this issue just this past fall, and experts at the federal and provincial levels have been working together on bail reform since. The Minister has asked these experts to do whatever they can to speed up this work to make sure we're doing everything we can to keep Canadians safe.
Honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, last fall the Liberals celebrated eliminating mandatory prison time for those convicted of sexual assault, and now a man convicted of raping a Quebec woman will get 0 days in prison and instead serve his sentence from the comforts of his home. After 8 years of Liberal government, Canada has become a place where men who rape women get 0 days in prison. This is not justice, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister bring back mandatory prison time for rapists?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, one of the strengths of our justice system is that there is a possibility for appeals and for opinions to be scrutinized and reversed, and we trust our justice system in this case and in all cases, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to ensure that we are keeping people safe across this country. We continue to make investments where Conservatives cut investments in policing and in our justice system. We're going to continue to invest in solutions that are going to keep people safe.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister falsely claims that he's a feminist, but after 8 years of this government, violent crimes against women have never been so numerous. A Crown prosecutor had the courage to criticize the fact that a perpetrator of sexual assault in Quebec received a sentence of 20 months in the community because of the bill adopted here by the Liberals with support from the Bloc and the NDP. The Prime Minister and the Minister of Justice should be held accountable. Can the Prime Minister look victims in the eye and tell them that he's satisfied with this sentence? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have an arm's-length justice system in this country with a system for appeals and various other procedures when people don't agree with a sentence. It's not up to politicians It's not up to politicians to state what they think. It's up to politicians to create the right conditions for public safety, and that's what we're doing and what we will continue to do. With legislation to keep Canadians safe and to protect public safety. The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, the pandemic laid bare systemic long-term problems in the long-term care system in Canada. Can the Prime Minister tell us what the government is doing to ensure that seniors have access to safe, reliable, and high-quality long-term care centres throughout the country? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for Madawaska-Restigouche for his hard work and for the question. Indeed, the pandemic has made us realize the challenges facing our seniors in long-term care throughout the country. That's why in 2021, I mandated the Minister of Health and the Minister for Seniors to create national standards on long-term care to ensure that seniors receive the care that they deserve. Now that that important step is over, I'm looking forward to seeing the legislation tabled when it is ready.
Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
After 8 years of this Prime Minister, Canadians have never had it so bad, but Liberal insiders and high-priced consultants and friends of this Prime Minister have never had it so good. Just look at the Minister for International Trade. While Canadians were lined up at food banks, she had her BFF lined up to receive lucrative contracts that turned out to be illegal. That's a record 5th ethics violation for this Prime Minister and members of his cabinet. Canadians want accountability. When will this Prime Minister ask for that minister's resignation?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we support and respect the Commissioner and the work his office does. The minister in question has taken responsibility and apologized.
Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, now it's time to respect taxpayers and Canadians and have some ministerial accountability across the aisle, and that means resignations of ministers who break Canadian law. But it's not a surprise from this Prime Minister because he's twice been found to have broken ethics laws in this country to help out his buddies and Liberal insiders. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, you bet if you're a Liberal insider, things are looking pretty great, but not so for the rest of Canadians. So when will this Prime Minister and these Liberals finally put Canadians first and put the corruption and law-breaking aside?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while Conservatives engage in attacks, we're engaging in supporting Canadians directly with things that Conservatives have opposed. Things like delivering rental supports to the lowest income renters, which Conservatives voted against. We stepped up with help so that all families can send their kids to the dentist. Unfortunately, Conservatives stood against that too. No wonder they'd talk about anything else other than their abandonment of the middle class. We're going to continue to be there to support Canadians through it.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Another bad answer from a random Liberal. So after 8 years of this Prime Minister, Canadians are struggling like they've never had before, but if you're a Liberal lobbyist or a high-priced consultant, it's never been better. For the 5th time, these Liberals have been found guilty of breaking our ethics laws twice by this Prime Minister. This time, the Trade Minister was caught shoveling money to her good friend and CBC pundit, Amanda Alvaro, who is also on the Trade Minister's campaign team. Will the Prime Minister fire this Trade Minister and make her pay back the $17,000 he gave to her BFF?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister has taken full responsibility and apologized.
Member for Brampton North.
Quantum science and technologies have incredible untapped potential in fields as diverse as drug design, climate forecasting, navigation, and clean technology. Canada is a world leader in quantum, and we know that additional investments in this innovative sector will help foster even more cutting-edge research and innovation. Can the Prime Minister kindly update this House how investments in quantum lead to economic growth and job creation?
Okay. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Brampton North for her question and her hard work. Last week, I was immensely pleased to be able to visit Toronto's Xanadu Quantum Technologies Incorporated. Through our federal investment, their new quantum computing project is expected to create 530 new highly skilled positions. Whether it's projects like the one at Xanadu or the companies across the country I visited whose workers are building electric vehicles and batteries, we're creating and securing well-paying jobs that help grow the Canadian economy for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Instead of spending $100 million to help Canadians, the Prime Minister spent $100 million to give contracts to his friends at McKinsey. This is millions of dollars to a firm that advised American hospitals how to maximize profits by billing sick patients. This is the firm that advised Purdue Pharma how to sell more opioids. Why is the Prime Minister spending millions of dollars on his friends rather than spending on helping Canadians through this difficult time?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the opioid epidemic is heartbreaking for Canadians right across the country, which is why we've consistently stepped up with evidence-based policy around protecting Canadians, of moving this into a public health space rather than a criminal justice space where the Conservatives continue to want it to be. We know there is more to invest. There is more support for our frontline workers. There's more support for vulnerable Canadians living with addiction right across the country. We will continue to be there working with our colleagues in the provinces and territories and municipalities to support Canadians with the best science and evidence there to support them.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the budget is in the drafting stage, I remind the Prime Minister of previous Liberal election promises as a useful guide. For example, reduce spending by stopping spending on fossil fuel infrastructure, cancel the Kinder Morgan Trans Mountain Pipeline, cancel the purchases of the F-35 fighter jets, cancel the fossil fuel subsidies across Canada, and deliver on promises on pharmacare, fund the disability benefit, fund an independent Canada Water Agency, deliver on promises Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Will the Prime Minister use this budget to deliver on his promises?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are facing a difficult time right now, which is why we're going to continue to be there for them, investing in them responsibly to make it through these tough times and get to the brighter future ahead. We know that our investments in building a cleaner economy and good jobs that go with it, our investments in reconciliation, our investments in science and in research are all things that are helping Canadians through these difficult times, and we will continue to put Canadians at the heart of everything we do.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for question period today. I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of the Honourable David Eby, Premier of British Columbia. He's a He's accompanied by several cabinet ministers for the province of British Columbia, the Honourable Nikki Sharma, Attorney General, the Honourable Josie Osborne, Minister of Energy, Mines and Low Carbon Innovation, the Honourable George Heyman, Minister of Environment and Climate Change Strategy, the Honourable Ravi Kahlon, Minister of Housing, the Honourable Murray Rankin, Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, and the Honourable Brenda Bailey, Minister of Jobs, Economic Development and Innovation. There's more. There's more. I would like to draw the attention of the members to the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Rajan Sawhney, Minister of Trade, Immigration and Multiculturalism for the province of Alberta. nobody else in the stands that I can present. I'm sorry. The honourable member for North Island, Paul Rivers, rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations, and I hope that if you seek it, you will find consent for the following motion. That given that all elderly Canadians face the same rising costs of living and greedflation, the recent 10% increase to the old age security be applied to all qualifying seniors, regardless of age.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. I'm afraid we don't have consensus on this. Order. Order. It being 3:16 p.m., pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the second reading stage of Bill C-35. Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Ms. Gould.
Mr. Lametti moved that Bill C-35, an act respecting early learning and childcare in Canada, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
In favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland. Mr. Sargent. Mr. Sargent. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. O'Regan. Ms. Bennett. Bennett. Ms. Qualtrough. Monsieur Rodriguez. Monsieur Rodriguez. Monsieur Leblanc. Monsieur Leblanc. Monsieur Champagne. Monsieur Champagne. Ms. Annan. Ms. Annan. Monsieur Lametti. Monsieur Lametti. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Algabra. Monsieur Guilbeault. Monsieur Guilbeault. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. Wilkinson. Ms. Hutchings. Ms. Hutchings. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Tassi. Madame Petitpas-Taylor. Madame Petitpas-Taylor. Monsieur Boissonneau. Monsieur Boissonneau. Ms. Jasek. Ms. Jasek. Monsieur Garneau. Monsieur Garneau. Ms. Chager. Ms. Chager. Mr. McKay. Mr. McKay. Ms. Groh. Ms. Groh. Mr. McGuinty. Mr. McGuinty. Mr. Scarpellegia. Mr. Scarpellegia. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey. Madame Saint-Onge. Madame Saint-Onge. Monsieur Vandal. Monsieur Vandal. Madame Fortier. Madame Fortier. Ms. Gould. Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau. Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau. Ms. Ing. Ms. Ing. Ms. Ian. Ms. Ian. Madame Bibeau. Madame Bibeau. Mr. Fraser. Mr. Fraser. Madame Bendayan. Madame Bendayan. Monsieur Serré. Monsieur Serré. Monsieur Arsenault. Monsieur Arsenault. Monsieur Cormier. Monsieur Cormier. Ms. Vandenbelt. Ms. Vandenbelt. Madame Brière. Madame Brière. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Fillmore. Mrs. Romanado. Mrs. Romanado. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. Lamoureux. Ms. Sahota. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Virani. Mr. Virani. Monsieur Fergus. Monsieur Fergus. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Oliphant. Madame Koutrakis. Madame Koutrakis. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Duguid. Ms. Dabrusen. Mr. Dabrusen. Monsieur Lauzon. Monsieur Lauzon. Mr. Hausfather. Mr. Hausfather. Madame Lalonde. Madame Lalonde. Ms. Dillon. Ms. Dillon. Mr. Sassi. Mr. Sassi. Monsieur Elkouri. Monsieur Elkouri. Monsieur Yacono. Monsieur Yacono. Mr. Johari. Mr. Johari. Mr. Vancouverden. Mr. Vancouverden. Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmerchek.
Mr. Kuzmerchek.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. Callaway.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Martinez Ferrada.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Effner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Ms. Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Halland.
Ms. Lewis Holloman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Holloman Norfolk.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Parlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Duncan. Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan. Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Workington.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Lord.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Lubb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Krant Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Rempel Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmy.
Mr. Colmy.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Oback.
Mr. Oback.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Morans.
Mr. Morans.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. d'Entremont.
Mr. Doddle.
Mr. Doddle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mr. Viersen. Mr. Viersen. Mr. Ruff. Mr. Ruff. Mr. Shields. Mr. Shields. Mr. Fast. Mr. Fast. Mr. Morrison. Mr. Morrison. Mr. Patzer. Mr. Patzer. Mr. Soroka. Mr. Soroka. Monsieur Terrien. Monsieur Terrien. Madame Normandin. Madame Normandin. Monsieur Simard. Monsieur Simard. Monsieur Bergeron. Monsieur Bergeron. Monsieur Garon. Monsieur Garon. Madame de Bellefeuille. Madame de Bellefeuille. Monsieur Désilet. Monsieur Désilet. Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe. Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe. Monsieur Thériault. Monsieur Thériault. Madame Gaudreau. Madame Gaudreau. Madame Larouche. Madame Larouche. Monsieur Perron. Monsieur Perron. Monsieur Barcelo-Duval. Monsieur Barcelo-Duval. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Lemire. Monsieur Lemire. Monsieur Trudel. Monsieur Trudel. Madame Desbiens. Madame Desbiens. Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca. Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca. Madame Bérubé. Madame Bérubé. Mr. Singh. Mr. Singh. Mr. Julian. Mr. Julian. Oh, back to Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey. Miss Kwan. Miss Kwan. Mr. Garrison. Mr. Garrison. Ms. Blaney. Ms. Blaney. Ms. Idlaut. Ms. Idlaut. Mr. Cannings. Mr. Cannings. Mr. McGregor. Mr. McGregor. Ms. Gazan. Ms. Gazan. Mr. Green. Mr. Green. Ms. Barron. Mr. Backrack. Mr. Backrack. Madame Hughes. Madame Hughes. Ms. Arillo. Ms. Arillo. Ms. Collins Victoria. Ms. Collins Victoria. Good. Mr. Bulleris. Mr. Bulleris. Mr. Angus. Mr. Angus. Ms. Matheson. Ms. Matheson. Ms. McPherson. Ms. McPherson. Mr. Blakey. Mr. Blakey. Ms. May-Sanish Gulf Islands. May-Sanish Gulf Islands. Mr. Morris. Mr. Morris. Monsieur Reyes. Monsieur Reyes.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those who are against the motion, please rise.
La Chambre attendra maintenant.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. McCauley, yea, pour.
Le bureau va maintenant.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 323, 323, nays contre 0, aucun.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
This bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment of Ms. Kwan to motion M62 under private members' business.
The question is as follows.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi, seconded by Ms. Bandian, moved that given the motion adopted unanimously by the House on February 22, 2021, recognizing that a genocide is currently being carried out by the People's Republic of China against Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims. In the opinion of the House, the government should
A. Recognize that Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims that have fled to third countries face pressure and intimidation by the Chinese state to return to China, where they face the serious risk of mass arbitrary detention, mass arbitrary separation of children from their parents, forced sterilization, forced labor, torture, and other atrocities. B.
Recognize that many of these third countries face continued diplomatic and economic pressure from the People's Republic of China to detain and deport Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims, leaving them without a safe haven in the world.
C. Urgently leverage immigration, refugees, and citizenship Canada's refugee and humanitarian resettlement program to expedite the entry of 10,000 Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in need of protection over 2 years starting in 2024 into Canada. And D.
Table in the House within 120 sitting days following the adoption of this motion, a report on how the refugee settlement plan will be implemented.
The amendment. Ms. Kwan, seconded by Ms. Blaney, moved the following amendment: that the motion be amended A in paragraph C by adding after the words into Canada the following, and ensure corresponding additional immigration levels in the refugee streams so that other persecuted members in the global community seeking safety in Canada are not impacted. And B
in paragraph D by replacing the word 120 by the word 100.
La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
With the sponsor of the item. We'll now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my right in favor of the amendment, please rise.
Sixth row.
I'm sorry?
Sixth row.
Oh, sorry, sixth row, yes, of course.
Ms. Bradford. Mr. Chahal. Mr. Chahal. Madame Chatel. Madame Chatel. Madame Diab. Madame Diab. Mr. Gahir. Mr. Gahir. Mr. Hanley. Mr. Hanley. Ms. Hefner. Hefner. Madame Lapointe. Madame Lapointe. Mr. McDonald Malpec. Mr. McDonald Malpec. Mr. Miao. Mr. Miao. Mr. Noor Mohammed. Noor Mohammed. Ms. Taylor-Roy. Taylor-Roy. Ms. Thompson. Thompson. Mrs. Valdez. Mrs. Valdez. Mr. Souza. Mr. Souza.
Fifth row.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Et à ma droite.
Monsieur Iacono.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmerchek.
Mr. Kuzmerchek.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Callaway.
Miss Sachs.
Ms. Sack.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscado.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Miss Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième rangée à ma droite.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vanderbilt.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Dugid.
Mr. Dugid.
Ms. de Brusen.
Ms. de Brusen.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Elsassi.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Second row on my right.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Grow.
Ms. Grove.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpelegia.
Mr. Scarpelegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
First row on my right.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Miss Hutchings.
Miss Hutchings.
Miss Tassie.
Miss Tassie.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Miss Jasek.
Miss Jasek.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Miss Chager.
Miss Chager.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those on my left in favor of the amendment, please rise. Sixth row.
Monsieur D'Entremont. Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Rempel-Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Cram.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Fogg Provencher.
Mr. Fogg Provencher.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Barron.
Baron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Monsieur Lew.
Monsieur Lew.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Fogg Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Fogg Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Davidson.
Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Millello.
Mr. Milello.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazier.
Mazier.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Duncan Stormandanda Salgangary.
Mr. Duncan Stormananda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abultave.
Mr. Ablateev.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
First row on my left.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Ms. Landsman.
Landsman.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
All those opposed at my right to the amendments, please rise. Sixth row. Fifth row. Fourth row. Third row. Second row. First row. All those at my left opposed to the amendment, please rise. Sixth row. Fifth row. Fourth row. Third row. Second row. First row. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings. Je désire informer la Chambre que la période de vote est...
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 322, 322. Nays contre 0, aucun.
I declare the amendment carried. The next question is on the main motion as amended. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following. Mr. Zuberi, seconded by Ms. Bendayan, moved.
Adopted unanimously by the House on February 22, 2021, recognizing that a genocide is currently being carried out by the People's Republic of China against Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims. In the opinion of the House, the government should A. Reconnaître que les
A. Recognize that Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims that have fled to third countries face pressure and intimidation by the Chinese state to return to China, where they face the serious risk of mass arbitrary detention, mass arbitrary separation of children from their parents, forced sterilization, forced labor, torture, and other atrocities.
Recognize that many of the third countries face continued diplomatic and economic pressures from the People's Republic of China to detain and deport Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims, leaving them without a safe haven in the world. C. Urgently leverage Immigration, Refugee, and Citizenship Canada's Refugee and Humanitarian Resettlement program to expedite the entry of 10,000 Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in need of protection over 2 years starting in 2024 into Canada and ensure corresponding additional immigration levels in the refugee streams so that other persecuted members in the global community seeking safety in Canada are not impacted. D.
D. Table in the House within 100 sitting days following the adoption of this motion a report on how the refugee resettlement plan will be implemented.
If a member recognized of a recognized party in the House wishes that the motion as amended be carried or carried on division, I would wish to request a record or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate to the chair. On recorded division? Very good. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. Nous commençons par le parrain de la...
We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Nous procéderons maintenant aux députés qui participent en personne.
We will now proceed to members participating in person.
In favor of the motion, as amended, will please rise. Sixth row on my right.
Ms. Bradford. Ms. Bradford. Mr. Chahal. Mr. Chahal. Madame Chatel. Madame Chatel. Madame Diab. Madame Diab. Mr. Gahir. Mr. Gahir. Mr. Hanley. Mr. Hanley. Ms. Hefner. Ms. Hefner. Madame Lapointe. Madame Lapointe. Mr. McDonald Malpec. Mr. McDonald Malpec. Mr. Miao. Mr. Miao. Mr. Noor Mohammed. Mr. Noor Mohammed. Ms. Taylor-Roy. Ms. Taylor-Roy. Ms. Thompson. Ms. Thompson. Mrs. Valdez. Mrs. Valdez. Mr. Souza. Mr. Souza.
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Longfield. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Maloney. Mr. McDonald Avalon. Mr. McDonald Avalon. Mr. McLeod. Mr. McLeod. Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Morrissey. Monsieur Robillard. Monsieur Robillard. Mr. Sarai. Mr. Sarai. Madame Shanahan. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sorbara. Mr. Sorbara. Mrs. Zahid. Mrs. Zahid. Madame Lambropoulos. Madame Lambropoulos. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers. Ms. Yip. Ms. Yip. Mr. Aldag. Mr. Aldag. Mr. Baker. Mr. Baker. Mr. Blois. Mr. Blois. Ms. Latanzio. Latanzio. Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga. Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga. Mr. Pulaski. Mr. Pulaski. Mr. Turnbull. Mr. Turnbull. Mr. Van Bynen. Mr. Van Bynen. Monsieur Reyes. Monsieur Reyes.
Fourth row on my right.
Monsieur Iacono. Monsieur Iacono. Mr. Johari. Mr. Johari. Mr. Vancouverden. Mr. Vancouverden. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Kuzmerchek. Mr. Kuzmerchek. Mr. Calloway. Mr. Calloway. Ms. Sachs. Ms. Sachs. Mr. Beach. Mr. Beach. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. Sidhu Brampton East. Mr. Sidhu Brampton East. Ms. Suds. Ms. Suds. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Baptiste. Mr. Baptiste. Mr. Fragiscados. Mr. Fragiscados. Mr. Chang. Mr. Chang. Madame Martinez Ferrada. Madame Martinez Farada. Monsieur Lightbound. Monsieur Lightbound. Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands. Ms. Sandwich Gulf Islands. Mr. Morris. Mr. Morris.
Troisième rangée à ma droite.
Monsieur Cormier. Monsieur Cormier. Ms. Vandenbelt. Ms. Vandenbelt. Madame Brière. Madame Brière. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Garrettson. Mr. Garrettson. Mrs. Romanado. Mrs. Romanado. Mr. Lamour. Mr. Lamour. Ms. Sahota. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Virani. Mr. Virani. Monsieur Fergus. Monsieur Fergus. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Oliphant. Madame Koutrakis. Madame Koutrakis. Mr. Dugid. Mr. Dugid. Ms. Dabruson. Ms. Dabruson. Monsieur Lauzon. Monsieur Lauzon. Mr. Housefather. Mr. Housefather. Madame Lalonde. Madame Lalonde. Ms. Dillon. Ms. Dillon. Mr. Assassi. Mr. Assassi. Monsieur Elkouri. Monsieur Elkouri. Mr. Blakey. Mr. Blakey.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Mr. McKay. Mr. McKay. Ms. Groh. Ms. Groh. Mr. McGinty. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Scarpalegia. Scarpalegia. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey. Madame Saint-Onge. Madame Saint-Onge. Monsieur Vandal. Monsieur Vandal. Madame Fortier. Madame Fortier. Ms. Gould. Ms. Gould. Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau. Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau. Ms. Ing. Ms. Ing. Ms. Ian. Ms. Ian. Mr. Mendicino. Mr. Mendicino. Madame Bibo. Madame Bibo. Mr. Fraser. Mr. Fraser. Madame Bendayan. Madame Bendayan. Monsieur Serré. Monsieur Serré. Monsieur Arsenault. Monsieur Arsenault. Ms. McPherson. Ms. McPherson.
First row on my right.
Mr. Sajan. Mr. Sajan. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. O'Regan. Ms. Bennett. Ms. Bennett. Ms. Qualtrough. Ms. Qualtrough. Monsieur Rodriguez. Monsieur Rodriguez. Monsieur Leblanc. Monsieur Leblanc. Mr. Holland. Mr. Holland. Monsieur Trudeau. Monsieur Trudeau. Monsieur Champagne. Monsieur Champagne. Monsieur Lametti. Monsieur Lametti. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. Wilkinson. Miss Hutchings. Miss Hutchings. Ms. Tassie. Ms. Tassie. Madame Petitpas-Taylor. Madame Petitpas-Taylor. Monsieur Boissonneau. Monsieur Boissonneau. Ms. Chasek. Ms. Chasek. Monsieur Garneau. Monsieur Garneau. Ms. Chager. Ms. Chager. Monsieur Boulris. Monsieur Boulris. Mr. Angus. Mr. Angus. Ms. Matheson. Matheson.
Que tous ceux à ma gauche qui
All those at my left in favor of the motion as amended will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. Doddle. Mr. Doddle. Mr. Dalton. Mr. Dalton. Mr. Epp. Mr. Epp. Mr. Motz. Mr. Motz. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mr. Vierson. Mr. Vierson. Mr. Ruff. Mr. Ruff. Mr. Shields. Mr. Shields. Mr. Fast. Mr. Fast. Mr. Morrison. Mr. Morrison. Mr. Petzer. Mr. Petzer. Mr. Soroka. Mr. Soroka. Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca. Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca. Madame Bérubé. Madame Bérubé. Madame Hughes. Madame Hughes. Ms. Zarillo. Ms. Zarillo. Ms. Collins Victoria. Ms. Collins Victoria.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Rempel-Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Morans.
Mr. Morans.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Barron. Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Monsieur Lew.
Monsieur Lew.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Fogg Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falks Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Davidson.
Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Ferreri.
Ms. Ferreri.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Duncan Stormandandas Salgangary.
Mr. Duncan Stormadanga South Glengarry.
Mr. Warkenton.
Mr. Warkenton.
Miss Finlay.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Blaney.
Ms. Idloud.
Ms. Idloud.
Mr. Bazan.
Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Hallam.
Mr. Hallam.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
All those at my right opposed to the motion as amended, please rise. Sixth row. Fifth row. Fourth row. Third row. Second row. First row. All those at my left opposed to the motion as amended will please rise. Sixième rangée. Cinquième rangée. Quatrième rangée. Troisième rangée. Deuxième rangée. Première rangée. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings.
I would like to inform the House that the electronic voting period is now over.
We're not able to vote due to technical difficulties. They may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 322, 322. Nays contre 0, aucun.
I declare the motion as amended carried. Proceed, if that's okay.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-291 under private members' business.
The question is as follows. Mr. Arnold, seconded by Mr. Caputo, moved that Bill C-291, an act to amend the criminal code and to make consequential amendments to other acts, child sexual abuse and exploitation material, be now read a third time and do pass. La période de diminution.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
We will start with the sponsor of the item. We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. rise. Sixth row on my left.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Dalton.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Weber.
Weber.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Wagenthal.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Zarillo.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Rempel-Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Nater.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Morans.
Mr. Moran.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Fogg Provencher.
Mr. Fogg Provencher.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Krant-Nyman.
Mrs. Krant-Nyman.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Fogg Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Fogg Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Duncan Stormandan Salgangary.
Mr. Duncan Stormandan de Salgangary.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Workington.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Rangé à ma gauche.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Dancho.
Dancho.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms.
Kwan. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Miss Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morris.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
M. Ranger.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmarchek.
Mr. Kuzmarchek.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. Callaway.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Fragiscados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Martinez Ferrada.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Bittall.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Garretson.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. de Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Dillon.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Sassy.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Monsieur Corey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Second row.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Scarpalagia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Back to Mr. Mendicino.
Back to Mr. Mendicino.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
First row on my right.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Quattro.
Ms. Quattro.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Holland.
Holland.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Hutchings.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Jasek.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Que tous ceux à ma
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
rangée.
Sixth row.
Fifth row. Fourth row. Third row. Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
Première rangée.
First row.
Que tous ceux
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
row. Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row.
Fourth row. Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Second row. Première rangée.
First row.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings.
I would like to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 323, 323. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 59 minutes.
Come on.
Order. Order. Tabling of documents. It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 21(1) of the Electoral Boundaries Readjustment Act, a certified copy of the report of the Federal Electoral Boundaries Commission for the province of Quebec. Conformément
Pursuant to Standing Order 32.5, this report is deemed permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Presenting reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for King's Hants.
In both official languages, the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food in relation to Bill S-227, an act to establish Food Day in Canada. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report back to the House without amendment, but let me take the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to recognize the work of Senator Rob Black and indeed the Member of Parliament from Perth Wellington for sponsoring it here in the House. The committee, of course, supports this and reports back accordingly. Thank you.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Davies, seconded by Ms. Zarrillo, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Development of a National Renewable Energy Strategy. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise today to introduce the National Renewable Energy Strategy Act. I'd like to thank my colleague, the Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam, for seconding this legislation and for her tireless advocacy in support of environmental justice. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has been clear that we must cut global greenhouse gas emissions in half by 2030 and reach net zero by 2050 to avert global climate change. The time for action is now. That means implementing solutions for clean energy and transitioning away from fossil fuels. While we do this, though, we must ensure that workers are not left behind. Jobs in Canada's clean energy sector are projected to grow by nearly 50% by 2030, and the industry's GDP contribution is on track to reach $100 billion by the end of the decade. Mr. Speaker, this legislation will accelerate our transition to a clean energy future by requiring that the Minister of Natural Resources develop and implement a national strategy to ensure 100% of electricity generated in Canada comes from renewable energy sources by 2030. I call on all parliamentarians to support this vital initiative for our country and our planet.
Mr. Davies, seconded by Ms. Zarrillo, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture de projet de loi.
First reading of Senate Public Bills.
Motions. Présentation de pétitions.
Tabling petitions.
The Honourable Member for
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Cumberland Colchester. Yes, of course.
Mr. Speaker, I present this petition on behalf of over 6,400 Canadians. We must know in Canada that we have one of the highest rates of multiple sclerosis in the entire world, with on average of 12 Canadians diagnosed every day. It is a chronic autoimmune disease affecting the central nervous system, which includes, of course, the brain, spinal cord, optic nerve, and therefore MS can affect vision, memory, balance, and mobility. An estimated 90,000 Canadians live with the disease, and most are diagnosed sadly between the ages of 20 and 49. Researchers believe that MS is caused by a combination of genetics, lifestyle, and environmental factors. And in a recent breakthrough landmark study, a research team at Harvard University provided the strongest evidence to date that shows an association between the Epstein-Barr virus and the onset of MS. And researchers found that the risk of MS increased 32-fold after infection with EBV, Epstein-Barr virus, a virus that causes infectious mono and has long been suspected to be a risk factor for MS. Therefore, the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada call upon the Government of Canada to ensure multiple sclerosis is a primary research priority for Canadians by committing to funding MS research in partnership with the MS Society of Canada to focus efforts to pursue MS prevention and therapeutic strategies targeting Epstein-Barr virus and to improve our understanding of EBV in the MS disease course. Thank you, sir.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for... I'm sorry, I'm drawing the blank today. Perth Wellington, of course, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise on behalf of the good people of Perth Wellington to table a petition signed by 228 constituents in Perth Wellington calling on the government to adopt human rights and environmental due diligence legislation. Thank you now, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions.
I'll let you be curious.
Okay, see you later. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, again, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments, consideration at report stage of Bill C-22, the Canada Disability Benefit Act.
There being no motion at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Madame Qualtrough, appuyée par Madame.
Madam Qualtrough, seconded by Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, moves that Bill C-22, an act to reduce poverty, and to support the financial security of persons with disabilities by establishing the Canada Disability Benefit and making a consequential amendment to the Income Tax Act, as amended, be concurred in at report stage.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. On division? Okay. I therefore declare the motion carried on division.
When shall this bill be read a third time?
Maintenant?
Right now.
Ms. Qualtrough, seconded by Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, moves that Bill C-22, an act to reduce poverty and to support the financial security of persons with disabilities by establishing the Canada Disability Benefit and making a consequential amendment to the Income Tax Act, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Employment, Workforce, Development and Disability Inclusion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin, I'd like to seek unanimous consent to share my time with my friend and favourite parliamentary secretary, the Honourable Member from Windsor-Tecumseh.
Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent to share her time? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honoured to rise today for third reading of Bill C-22, an act to reduce poverty and to support the financial security of persons with disabilities by establishing the Canada Disability Benefit. I acknowledge that I'm standing on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe peoples. Madam Speaker, I'd like to begin by paying tribute to the late Honourable David C. Onley. David was many things: a journalist, an author, the 28th Lieutenant Governor of Ontario, a husband, a father. David was also a person with a disability and a lifelong advocate for accessibility and disability inclusion. To me, and to so many of us in the disability community, he was a trailblazer. He was one of us. He showed us that we too could lead and make change happen. He showed us that we not only deserved a seat at the table, but that we had a right to be there. Our opinions and perspectives were not only valuable, they were necessary. Canada is a better place because of the Honourable David C. Onley, and we miss him. Madam Speaker, when I stood in this House to debate this bill at second reading, I declared that in Canada, no person with a disability should live in poverty. There are more than 6.2 million people who identify as having a disability in Canada. That's 1 in 5 Canadians. The disability community is diverse and talented and innovative. We are your family members, your friends, your neighbors, and your co-workers. Yet despite everything that the disability community has to offer our great country, the hard truth is that working-age persons with disability in Canada are 2 times more likely to live in poverty than persons without disabilities. The situation is even more precarious for persons with severe disabilities, women, Indigenous people, LGBTQ2S+, and racialized Canadians with disabilities. This is compounded by the fact that persons with disabilities face higher costs of living to begin with, costs that make it harder for any person with a disability to save for their future. This poverty has its roots in the historic and ongoing discrimination, bias, and exclusion faced by persons with disabilities in our country. Another hard truth: our systems, laws, policies, and programs were not built with persons with disabilities in mind, nor were they built with persons with disabilities. For many persons with disabilities, the first time they experience financial security is when they turn age 65. Why? Because at age 65, they start receiving OAS and GIS benefits. This is unacceptable, especially in Canada. Madam Speaker, this is the backdrop for Bill C-22. C-22 is about poverty reduction. It's about financial security.
Bill C-22 gives us the opportunity to close the income gap for working-age people with disabilities in Canada. And with financial security comes independence, dignity, autonomy, and choice. The Canada Disability Benefit would build upon the work we have undertaken to make Canada more inclusive for people living with disabilities.
We started a national conversation that led to the creation of the Accessible Canada Act, historic legislation with a goal of creating a barrier-free Canada by 2040. The Accessible Canada Act enshrines accessibility and disability inclusion in law. ACA principles are finding their way into other laws, including Bill C-22. These principles include equality of opportunity and barrier-free access. They also include the principle of nothing without us, that persons with disabilities must be involved in the development and design of laws, policies, programs, services, and structures. The Accessible Canada Act also created significant elements of a new system of disability inclusion in Canada. These include Accessible Standards Canada, the Accessibility Commissioner at the Canadian Human Rights Commission, and the Chief Accessibility Officer for Canada.
After laying the groundwork with Canada's Accessibility Act, we went on to release Canada's first ever action plan for the integration of persons with disabilities. Developed in partnership with the disability community, it is a series of current and future actions to improve the lives of people with disabilities in Canada.
The action plan has 4 pillars, which were identified by the disability community as key priorities. These are financial security, employment, accessible and inclusive communities, and a modern approach to disability. Bill C-22 is a foundational component of the first pillar. It provides financial security for persons with disabilities like the GIS does for seniors and the Canada Child Benefit does for children. Bill C-22 creates the legal framework for the Canada Disability Benefit. The specifics of the benefit will be regulated in collaboration with the disability community and the provinces and territories. Cette approche garantit la participation significative.
This approach ensures the meaningful participation of the disability community in the design and implementation of the benefit in keeping with the principle of the Canadian Accessibility Act to that effect.
Recognizes the jurisdiction of provinces and territories in the area of disability supports, as well as the complexity and uniqueness of each provincial and territorial system. We've been working collaboratively with the provinces and territories on how this benefit can align with and complement their existing services and supports, and to ensure that benefit interaction does not result in unintended consequences like clawbacks or disentitlement to existing services or benefits. The Canada Disability Benefit is meant to be supplemental income, not replacement income. It is meant to lift people out of poverty and make them better off. I know that my provincial and territorial colleagues share our commitment to improving the lives of persons with disabilities across this country. Madam Speaker, I've reflected a lot on both C-22 and the Accessible Canada Act. The Accessible Canada Act received unanimous support from all parties in this House. Bill C-22 received unanimous support at second reading, and colleagues from all parties on the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development, and the Status of Persons with Disabilities worked together to improve this bill thoughtfully and considerately. I'm grateful for their collaboration and believe this bill to be stronger as a result of their work. And I'm confident that there will be unanimous consent in this House at third reading as well. Both the Accessible Canada Act and C-22 are examples of us as parliamentarians at our very best. We rose above partisanship and came together to make generational change. I know that this same spirit will infuse consideration of this bill by the Senate. I know that senators are eager to begin their work on this bill. More than half of the Senate's members wrote an open letter calling for the urgent adoption of C-22. Canadians are also calling for the swift adoption of C-22. Nearly 9 in 10 Canadians support the creation of the Canada Disability Benefit. In an open letter to the Prime Minister and me, more than 200 Canadians, former parliamentarians, academics, business people, union leaders, economists, healthcare workers, and disability advocates expressed their support for the creation of this benefit. More than 18,000 Canadians signed an e-petition asking us to fast-track the design and implementation of this benefit. All members of this House unanimously supported a motion from the member from Port Moody Coquitlam to implement the Canada Disability Benefit without delay. And I hear regularly from constituents, as I believe so many of us do, about the importance of this benefit, how it will be life-changing for individuals and bring peace of mind to families. In closing, I want to thank the disability community. This is your victory. You've had to fight every step of the way, and nothing was handed to you. And as much as we all know that there remains so much more work to do, take time to celebrate. Your advocacy and your unwavering determination are what got us here. I'll also end where I began, with a reflection on the life and advocacy of the Honourable David Sionley. David challenged us as leaders and policymakers to address disability discrimination and to allow each and every one of us to reach our full potential. He was amongst the many that have called for the swift passage of C-22. As I vote in favour of this bill, I will be thinking about David, and I know that many of you will as well. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question to the Minister, through you, Madam Speaker, is the Minister had spoken about getting this legislation through quickly, that there were a lot of people that were advocating for this over a long period of time. And so this Minister and this party have been in government for 8 years. And so here we are 8 years later, now bringing forth a piece of legislation with few details. We know that this exact same piece of legislation was tabled in the last Parliament, and it died when the snap election was called. And so how can the Minister justify that this is a priority and they want to do this quickly when they've had 8 years?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable member for her question. Madam Speaker, this has been quite a journey for our government, for the disability community, and for Canadians. We started, as I said, with the Accessible Canada Act, where we held the most inclusive and disability-friendly consultations any government in the history of our country has had, which led to the identification of priorities by the disability community, which led to the Disability Inclusion Action Plan, which has brought us here to the Canada Disability Benefit. I am so very proud of the work this government has done, so very proud and grateful for the collaboration of the disability community, and I look forward to keeping the momentum going as we continue to do big things and make big change.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Nanaimo. Just a second there. Port Moody, Coquitlam, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I first just wanted to start by acknowledging the Minister for her commitment to equality. My question is around the supplementary language, the language around this being a supplementary benefit. And I just wonder, I've heard from so many Canadians, persons living with disabilities in Canada, that say even the poverty line is not enough to help them with the necessities of life. So what will be the plan for the amount of this benefit?
Honourable Minister.
Well, once again, I thank the honourable member for her question and for her partnership as we've taken this journey together towards the Canada Disability Benefit. Madam Speaker, this is absolutely imperative that as we work with provinces and territories, that we ensure that provinces and territories do not treat this as replacement income, that they treat it as supplemental income. I'm grateful for the member opposite's inclusion in the amended bill of a specific reference to the national poverty line. I think that's an important reference. This bill is fundamentally about poverty reduction. And as we all move forward, we all need to do our part to make sure that this moves through the Senate quickly and that we deliver what we said we would deliver for Canadians with disabilities.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While I appreciate the minister's leadership on this bill, as she knows, 10% of seniors with disabilities are living in poverty. She knows that poverty doesn't magically end for Canadians with disabilities when they turn 65, and neither should the Canada Disability Benefit. Can she explain why the governing party didn't include seniors with disabilities living in poverty in this bill?
Once again, Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. Madam Speaker, we have a robust social safety net in this country. For kids with disabilities, they have access to the Canada Child Benefit Disability Supplement until they're 18. And for seniors with disabilities, they have access to Old Age Security and GIS when they turn 65. But there's a massive gap, a gaping hole in our social safety net. That's what the Canada Disability Benefit is meant to fill. That gap between the Canada Child Benefit Disability and the OAS and GIS.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to begin by saying how proud I am to stand next to the Honourable Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion, her inspiring collaborative leadership to usher this bill forward that will be life-changing for so many Canadians in this country, and it certainly has been an honour of my life to be able to work alongside the Minister on this incredibly important initiative for Canadians. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to rise to participate in this debate on Bill C-22, and I will use my time today to speak to the urgency of the situation that has led to the need for this bill. Here we are. The fact is, the issue of the deep poverty experienced by persons with disabilities in Canada and the issue of MAID have become intertwined. It has been well established in this place and at the HUMA Committee that persons with disabilities face higher levels of poverty than other Canadians. Living with dignity is a far-off hope for many in these circumstances, and some persons with disabilities have, unfortunately, and tragically, chosen to apply for MAID in the past year, with poverty being the key driver. The sad fact is, eligibility for MAID has expanded faster than have the social supports that would lift persons with disabilities out of poverty and allow them to live with dignity. This thought is shared by stakeholders. For example, Amit Arya, a palliative care physician on faculty at the University of Toronto and McMaster University, mentions in his urgent plea that given the critical impact on persons with disabilities, we need to prioritize Bill C-22. Madam Speaker, there is a dire need for the Canada Disability Benefit, and it has strong public support. In fact, the public is applying pressure for us to act quickly. During and after the study of the bill at the HUMA committee, stakeholders had the opportunity to testify, to submit briefs, and to share their opinions in the media. There was a consensus of the need to try to determine that all the details of the proposed benefit in the legislation, but not to perfect it, as the key objective is to move quickly to respond to the urgent need now. Allow me to amplify some of those testimonies. Rabia Khader from Disability Without Poverty underscores the urgency. In an article, she said that justice delayed is justice denied, and that if we wait for this legislative process to determine all of the details of a perfect benefit, its arrival will be too late. Tom Jackman, also from Disability Without Poverty, echoes her words. Canadians with disabilities desperately need the bill to pass third reading and move through the Senate quickly in 2023 so it can become law. Disability Without Poverty is supported, in their view, by numerous organizations like Community Food Centres Canada, Inclusion Canada, March of Dimes, Plan Institute, and Finoton, alongside philanthropists, unions, and corporations like Maple Leaf Foods, who are all asking us to do the right thing and hurry up. During his testimony at HUMA, Gary Gladstone, head of stakeholder relations at RENA, underlined the point that amendments would slow down the bill. Quote, "From what I understand," he said, "regulation at this point would be faster in making any changes. And the bottom line is that if they can be done appropriately and quickly, that's most important." This was echoed by Neil Belanger, the Chief Executive Officer of Indigenous Disability Canada. He said he has confidence in the process that will involve persons with disabilities at the regulatory stage, and his clients are urging us to move forward with the bill as it is. Krista Carr, the Executive Vice President of Inclusion Canada, affirms this point of view as well. She has heard about the requests by members for the bill to contain more details regarding the design of the proposed benefit, as well as other technical elements. And while she says she understands the motivations behind this, she doesn't believe this is the best course of action. Her biggest fear is that we'll get bogged down in the details and greatly delay the passage of the bill. Allow me to quote her directly from her testimony to HUMA on November 16th. "With all due respect to the parliamentarians on this committee and beyond, in the spirit of nothing without us, we feel really strongly that it is persons with disabilities, their families, and representative organizations who should be working arm in arm with government to design this benefit through the regulatory process. My final plea to you as members of this committee is that if you truly want to make a historic impact on the lives of people with disabilities in this country, and I know you all do, you will do everything in your power to ensure that this bill passes as quickly as possible so that we can get this benefit into the hands of people who desperately need it." So, Madam Speaker, that is why certain amendments didn't make it into the bill. Some were even dropped by the members who put them forward after they'd heard the arguments from witnesses. For example, it is much better to have the disability community involved in shaping the regulations rather than have Parliament review each regulation as it is drafted. But that being said, certain amendments did make it into the bill, and I am happy to say the bill is stronger for it. For example, we've included the definition of disability from the Accessible Canada Act in the bill. In the interest of transparency, we've made it a requirement that the minister publicizes any agreements made with federal or provincial or territorial departments and agencies. new reporting requirements to Parliament on how persons with disabilities have been engaged on the regulations, as well as increased frequency of reporting to Parliament on the bill, will respond to some concerns members had around the role of Parliament. These amendments, along with other provisions of the bill, will provide Parliament with an ongoing check and balance on the proposed benefit going forward. We've enshrined in the bill that the application process must be barrier-free, consistent with the vision of the Accessible Canada Act. A timeline is also enshrined in the bill. The Act must come into force no later than 1 year after royal assent. Madam Speaker, Bill C-22 has been on a journey through the HUMA Committee. I thank the members for their diligence. The bill is stronger for it, for their work, for their input, for their collaboration. However, as members of the disability community and their allies say, it is now time to act. The bill before us today would establish the proposed benefit and start the clock on the creation of the regulations that would implement it. We'll do this with the members of the disability community. And the Minister of as the Minister of Disability Inclusion says, let's get it done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is with respect to negotiations that would be going on with the provinces, and also looking at how this will affect existing federal programs. And so how can the member assure people with disabilities that, that there won't be clawbacks that might occur, whether it's in interactions with provincial or existing federal programs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the excellent question. And really, that is one of the central questions of this framework, which is making sure, working together with the provinces and territories, working together with the disability community, frankly, working together with all Canadians to make certain that there are absolutely no clawbacks on existing programs at the provincial or territorial level. That is central to the Canada Disability Benefit. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague at the beginning of his speech drew a link between the situation of people with a disability and medical assistance in dying, and the fact that some people might ask for medical assistance in dying. The Bloc Québécois is in favor of this bill, I would say. We believe that ultimately disability is a social matter. But where is my colleague getting his numbers when everyone who is asking for medical assistance in dying, people who came to see us at the Committee of Health, did not tell us that what the member across the way is saying is true? On the contrary, it's not because someone has experienced something systemic like poverty that they necessarily think they should access medical assistance. Where is my colleague getting these numbers?
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. And we've been hearing from Canadians tragic situation stories where crushing poverty sometimes is a factor in someone making that very difficult and very personal decision. And that should never be a factor. And I can tell you, we know that 1 in 5 Canadians obviously have a disability, and we know that about 1 in 5 Canadians with disabilities live in poverty. And this bill will make an immediate impact, lifting hundreds of thousands of Canadians out of poverty and improving the situation for many hundreds of thousands more Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech. I had a meeting with 2 of my constituents from Victoria. They are seniors with disabilities, and they came with 2 big questions when they heard about the disability benefit. One of them has already been asked, is why are they being left out? They are living below the poverty line, even with the supports offered in old age. They are struggling to make ends meet and wanted to know why they were left out of this bill. And so I'm curious what the member would respond to these two seniors with disabilities. And then also they brought up the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and the importance of not only having income supports, but really creating a barrier for Canada. And so wondering if the government has plans to put into law some of the incredible provisions in that convention.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for the excellent question. And the Canada Disability Benefit is one piece of the puzzle as we seek to look after Canadians. Obviously, this government, we know, has increased OAS by 10%, which is the first increase to OAS that we've seen in well over 30 years. And so we're making sure that we're putting in place programs that look after Canadians from all stages, all phases of life, from the very young to the very old. And at the same time, we are committed to implementing the measures and the principles of the United Nations Declaration, whether we're working through the Disability Inclusion Action Plan or through the Canada Disability Benefit. It advances those principles in the United Nations Declaration. Thank you.
À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement,
Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Coquitlam, Persons with Disabilities, and the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona, Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I would like to ask for unanimous consent to split my time with the member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
The Honourable Member have unanimous consent to split her time. Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Great, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my privilege to speak on Bill C-22 as the official opposition Shadow Minister for Employment, Future Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion. Conservatives are committed to increasing support for Canadians living with a disability. More than 1 in 5 Canadians live with a disability, and this is not an insignificant number. In fact, this is not a number. These are people. Disabled Canadians are underemployed. Statistics Canada in 2017 reported that approximately 59% of working-age adults with disabilities were employed, compared to around 80% of those without disabilities. I've always believed in going to where people are, which is why I door-knocked for a year leading up to the 2019 election, reaching more than 30,000 doorsteps myself in my community of Kelowna Lake Country. And one thing I will always remember is how many people I came across that were at home with disabilities. Often it was a family member who would tell me the story of their family, and a disability truly often is a family journey. Canadians living with a disability may face high costs on assisted devices, equipment, or prescriptions. One of the most onerous costs remains accessibility renovations and modifications to a home, especially considering the government's Age Well Initiative Fund did not include the Home and Vehicle Modification Program. These are not optional expenses. We are talking about items that are either life-saving, a necessity, or exponentially improve someone's standard of living. If someone is fortunate enough to have family support, this is often how they can maneuver as a family to try to get services and have the best quality of life. While some challenges are beyond the immediate scope of this House, we as parliamentarians owe it to Canadians living with disabilities to put forward legislation that will allow them to continue to survive, succeed, and hopefully thrive. Madam Speaker, while the intention to support the disability community remains, this Bill C-22, the Disability Benefit Act, on its own will not ensure that Canadians living with disabilities are not living in poverty. This is because the most important details of this bill, such as eligibility, payment amount, application process, provincial cooperation, and how it will interact with other programs that could potentially create clawbacks, are left to be determined by regulation. Essentially, we're debating a benefit that has not been determined yet. Canadians living with disabilities deserve legislation that is committed to them through concrete action, not promises. I want to make sure this legislation moves forward, but I want to be very clear and on record that the government has been lazy, taken the easy way out, and getting disability benefits to people who need them has not been a priority. Regardless of what the minister and the other Liberal MPs announce and say, the facts speak for themselves. The Liberals have been in government for 8 years and had all that time to consult and come up with legislation. Even though the Liberals say they were consulting with affected persons and advocacy groups, they tabled the exact same piece of legislation in the previous Parliament. It died when the Liberals called the unnecessary, expensive snap election the summer of 2021. And this is Bill C-22. That means there were 21 bills before this one in this Parliament, even though this bill is exactly the same as the last Parliament. A Disability Benefit Act has not been their priority, and this is how the Liberals govern: make big announcements with photo ops with no substance, action, or results. And they have a track record of governing through regulations. There are few assurances what this legislation will achieve. The regulations will be drafted behind closed doors. There will be no debate in Parliament. There will be no voting in Parliament. There will be no scrutiny at committees. And this is the Liberal way of governing by regulations. The only policy decision this bill does clearly define is that more than 1/3 of Canadians living with a disability over the age of 15 will not receive this benefit regardless of how poor they are. It's estimated that more than 500,000 Canadians are suffering from they have an invisible disability. Just because someone appears to be in good health does not mean that they may not face hardships. And we know people with invisible disabilities or those with episodic disabilities where we do not know if they will be eligible under this Disability Benefit Act. It's one of the many questions. People living with a disability do not always fit the traditional mold. We know that there will be an appeal process for Canadians living with disabilities who have been denied supports and benefits. The amount of the benefit remains unclear. I'm very concerned with potential clawbacks, and Conservatives attempted to put an amendment in this legislation at the committee stage to potentially address federal benefit clawbacks. However, the Liberals did not support our amendment. The minister told us that she's trying to negotiate agreements with provinces so that there will be no clawbacks. And the problem is these agreements may not be enforceable, and since there's nothing in Bill C-22 to confirm this in its current form, it does not provide any safeguards against clawbacks. This is the opposite process of what the Liberals are championing with their childcare bill. There, they negotiated with the provinces and signed deals and then came to Parliament with legislation. With this disability benefit, there are literally no details in the legislation, and the Liberals are going to provinces to work out the agreements. The cost of living is not the same across Canada, and this legislation on its own does not provide the assurance that there will be no provincial or regional disparity. Some questions remain. How will the benefit be impacted if there are provincial changes to disability supports? Who will qualify? What will the amounts be? Who will deliver the benefit? Will the benefit count as income? How will the benefit be paid? Will it disqualify people from provincial supports? Will it disqualify people from federal supports? These are all questions that the government has failed to answer. I've seen disability affect my own family, like many people. My mom had 1 week of respite in 30 years. Looking after my dad with MS. She is the strongest person I know. And there are many people in Canada living these types of situations in their families. At the Standing Committee on Human Resources, we heard from individuals and organizations both testifying in person as well as writing in, representing thousands of persons with disabilities across the country. One of the most heartbreaking things I heard was people considering MAID because they couldn't access services or afford to live. People said they cannot afford to buy healthy food and follow the Canada Food Guide, a guide which the Liberals announced with great fanfare in 2019. This Liberal government does not realize the desperate situation many people are in due to 40-year high inflation. To conclude, Madam Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, The level of disability poverty in Canada remains a prominent issue, and we have a responsibility to do better. Conservatives are committed to increasing support for Canadians living with disabilities. Therefore, I can say that we are all in agreement that the Canada Disability Benefit Act must be passed, though there are so many unanswered questions. The Liberals have set this up where they are doing everything in a non-transparent way, behind closed doors, and both parliamentarians and the greater public through committee will not have a say to what the final regulations will be. Conservatives will remain vigilant in holding the government to account on its promises it's made to persons with disabilities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member across the way for her speech. And I was listening carefully to see her support, which I believe I was seeing through some of the commentary that she had. I spoke with a member, a constituent in my riding in January who told me she was on the ODSP, Ontario Disability Support Program. She was on rent geared to income. She was accessing food bank services and really struggling to have things come together financially so that she could get through another month. Could the honourable member comment on the urgency of us getting this through the House, through all parties' support, as well as including the disability community in getting their direct input on how we can avoid clawbacks and other things that would negatively affect them?
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member. Yes, we do agree that that we absolutely do need to get support. So at the committee level, we worked really hard with all committee members to make sure that we moved for this legislation forward with some meaningful amendments. Although the government made it very clear that that pretty much everything would be determined in regulations. That's where it is. But that being said, we were supportive at committee with, moving forward and making some amendments, which we did, and work with everyone. I think that when we're talking about clawbacks, it is definitely a concern, and this is something that after 8 years of this government, they haven't been able to determine, even though they've had 8 years to come to this point where we are tonight.
The honourable member for North Island Powder River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. And I know that I talk a lot in this place about having a bar of dignity, that no one falls beneath in this country. And I think what we're seeing across the board is a lot of folks that are falling below that bar of dignity. And persons with disabilities have been very clear. And I have to say that I appreciate their advocacy, and I'm really sad that they have to fight so hard just to be treated with proper human decency and respect. We know for a fact that even though I will support this bill and have done everything I can along with my colleagues to make sure that this gets through, that it will still take about a year until the benefit is even out the door to people living with disabilities. And I've talked to folks in my communities that are living with disabilities who are living in housing where they don't even have a stove or anything, so trying to find a way to feed themselves with a tiny fridge. They can't do things because it's a lot of work for them and their mobility issues. I'm just wondering if this member could talk about how important it is that this government work hard to make sure that there is no clawbacks from territorial or provincial governments.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her question, and absolutely, it has to be a priority. It's something that we talked about a lot at committee, and it absolutely has to be a priority to consider that that individuals don't have clawbacks. I also just want to mention that and I see the colleague here that is on our committee from the NDP, and it was Conservatives and other opposition members that were making sure that even though at committee we wanted to move things along, that we did have enough time to hear from people. And it was really important for all of us to make sure, because we knew that there were a lot of individuals, a lot of groups that wanted to testify, that wanted to bring in written submissions. We wanted to make sure that what we were receiving, that it was inclusive, and that we had enough time, and we had hundreds. We heard from hundreds of organizations and people, and I just want everyone to know that you were heard. You know, I myself personally read every single one of the written submissions that came in, and that was definitely part of the consideration for where our comments came from.
Question, the Honourable Member Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by thanking the member for Kelowna Lake Country for her support of important amendments at committee from myself and others. It was an incredibly constructive process. My question for her is, as she states, with this bill passed, nothing will change until the governing party funds the Canada Disability Benefit. And so I'd love to hear from her if she and others in her party will be putting pressure on the governing party to fund the Canada Disability Benefit in Budget 2023.
The Honourable Member Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. I think one of the biggest revelations that came out early on, actually when we were questioning the minister at committee, was how long they were expecting the regulation time frame to take place, because they kept talking about the fact that they had been doing consultations already, and you know, they wanted to move things along. And you know, once we started to have a discussion, you know, I had said at committee, well, actually, this sounds like it's going to be a year after royal assent, where, in fact, you know, things would be finalized, and it would be more than a year before people would receive benefits, and that was acknowledged by the minister at committee, and I think we were all quite surprised by that. So we definitely were quite shocked to hear that information. It would take that much longer.
Resuming debate, the Honourable for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm pleased to rise on behalf of Canadians living with disabilities in the Ontario Winter Games hosting riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. Bill C-22, the False Hope Bill, meets the Liberals' net zero goal. There's net zero benefit to Canadians living with disabilities. After 8 years of incompetence and corruption, the Liberal approach is to deny, delay, and deflect. If dragging their feet were an Olympic sport, the Liberals would sweep the podium. In 2015, with unanimous support, the House passed my private member's bill to protect Canadians living with disabilities from predatory vulture companies. These vultures offer to help Canadians living with disabilities complete the disability tax credit form. After completing a one-page form, these companies charge up to 30% of the tax credit intended for Canadians facing additional living costs due to disabilities. Thousands of Canadians lost millions of dollars to these vultures. Sadly, Canadians living with disabilities, for Canadians living with disabilities, my bill was passed shortly before the Liberals took power. Whether out of partisan spite or just Liberal indifference to Canadians living with disabilities, this gang took 7 years to pass one page of regulations required to make the law actually work. 7 years! 7 years of predatory vulture companies taking a 30% cut of the disability tax credit. 7 years to pass regulations which can be printed on a single sheet of paper. It then took them 7 years to help Canadians living with disabilities. Now they're at it again. Bill C-22 was originally Bill C-35. It had to be reintroduced after this Prime Minister called his super spreader pandemic election campaign. Canadians living with disabilities need to remember the political interests of the Liberal parties always come first. It's been 3 years since this bill was introduced. But even if I could snap my fingers and pass the bill right now, Canadians living with disabilities would still not see any help from this government. That's because the bill is TBD, to be determined. How much will the benefit be? TBD. Will the benefits be clawed back? TBD. Who is even eligible to receive it? T-bleeping-D. At committee, the minister said it would be at least a year before Canadians living with disabilities would have the answers to those basic questions. My private member's bill to protect Canadians living with disabilities from vulture companies required just one regulation. And the regulation was to set the maximum amount these vultures could charge. It took 7 years to set the maximum at $100. Canadians living with disabilities waited 7 years for one regulation from these Liberals, and now these Liberals are claiming they'll pass the dozens required regulations in 1 year. It would actually be a great relief to Canadians living with disabilities if this government admitted the delay in regulating vulture companies was out of partisan spite. And if that wasn't the reason for the delay, it means this government's incompetent. It means Canadians living with disabilities could be waiting years for financial assistance, and that is unacceptable. It's why Conservatives pushed for and successfully secured an amendment requiring the minister to report back in 6 months of this bill passing on the progress to pass the required regulations. The challenge is that this type of accountability measure only works in governments with the capacity to feel shame. Unfortunately, shamelessness is a defining feature of this Prime Minister and his government. Madam Speaker, I'm not the first one to say this Prime Minister cares more about style over substance. Former Finance Minister Morneau literally wrote a book about it. This Disability Benefit Act might just be the purest form of Liberals' style over substance problem. There are no dollars budgeted for this bill, yet to hear the government members speak, Canadians might think this bill has already passed and completely solved poverty. But a press release is not policy, and the devil is always in the details. And in the case of this proposed disability benefit, the devil is the clawback, and the details are the provinces. My colleagues on the committee proposed an amendment to prevent the benefit from being clawed back. The Liberals voted against it. The minister claims clawback is a red line when negotiating the creation of a benefit with the provinces. Yet the Liberals voted against putting that into legislation. How can the minister claim a red line exists for this government when our own Liberals voted against it? If Canadians living with disabilities are worried about this government's track record on passing regulations, that should be doubly true with any required negotiations with the provinces. I know some Liberals will point to the speed with which they, quote, negotiated with the provinces on $10 a day daycare. Some negotiating. Here's some money, go spend it on daycare. Negotiating the disability benefit will be much harder. In this case, the provinces have some actual leverage. How many Liberals will appreciate that leverage will depend more on the electoral fortunes of the Liberal Party in that particular province. Inevitably, this will leave Canadians living with disabilities facing a patchwork of policies depending on the province. Sorry, Madam Speaker, I misspoke. Inevitable means it's certain to happen. But when it comes to this government, nothing is certain except the pursuit of its own political interests. Canadians living with disabilities don't deserve to experience more uncertainty. They need our support to live full lives and participate fully in society, including in the workforce. This was an urgent bill when it was first introduced 3 years ago. As Liberal spending fueled the cost of living crisis, that urgency has only increased. Yet for this Prime Minister, the most urgent matter wasn't passing the original legislation, it was calling his super spreader election. After 8 years of this corrupt Liberal government, Canadians living with disabilities are even worse off. Just as inflation has made it more expensive to live, this government is making it easier to die. We've heard testimony at committee of Canadians living with disabilities considering assisted suicide because the government's spending is driving up inflation. And it's only more chilling when the director of the Centre for Professional and Applied Ethics at the University of Manitoba says he was, quote, rather proud that Canada has done so well in terms of organ donation by MAID patients, end quote. Then we have the Minister of Justice claiming, remember that suicide generally is available to people. This is a group of people who within a population for physical reasons and possibly mental reasons can't make that choice for themselves, to do it themselves. End quote. When Canadians hear those quotes, they're right to think Canada is broken. We have a so-called ethicist celebrating organ harvesting and a justice minister claiming a right to be killed through the help of the state. And we have a Liberal government that will take 7 years to pass one regulation to protect Canadians living with disabilities. The urgency to pass legislation that delivers tangible benefits is real. Every minute the Liberals delay getting this money back into the bank accounts puts lives at risk. The members across the aisle might roll their eyeballs, but 35% of Canadians who died by assisted suicide in 2021 felt they were a burden on a family, friends, or caregivers. This government was warned repeatedly of the danger of expanding assisted suicide posed. And the loudest warnings came with those living with disabilities, came from them. It was not because we live in a structurally ableist society. It's because the rhetoric from the governments about helping Canadians living with disabilities that never matches the money actually spent. What money we do provide will be clawed back the very minute they try to improve their financial situations. And that's why it's truly immiserating for Canadians living with disabilities. Structural impoverishment by government policy is a kind of hopelessness which drives people to commit suicide. It's a kind of despair which can only be fueled by promises of benefits which never actually arrive. Put yourself in the shoes of someone who's reached that breaking point in 2020, in late that year. They're encouraged to hold on. They're told a benefit which will make a material improvement in their lives is on the way. They watch for any sign that relief is near. Their hope grows when they hear legislation is being introduced with all party support. But then there's the Prime Minister's urgent super spreader election.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It was very interesting to listen to that speech on this particular bill that we're debating, but most of the time was spent talking about her own bill that was passed some time ago, which was bizarre to make it about herself. But I guess that's an occupational hazard in this place. My question is, as she's talking down this piece of legislation, I wonder if she could explain why did she vote for it at second reading, and if she's going to vote for this bill going forward, and if so, why?
The Honourable Member for Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke.
Okay, so that bill passed with all party support, and then the election happened. But the people living with disabilities wait to hear that this government considers subsidies for television producers to be more important for Parliament to consider. Then the Liberals introduced their news media subsidy legislation. We see this Prime Minister considers money for bribing reporters to be more important than the disability benefit legislation. And just so Canadians living with disabilities really understand where they rank in terms of Liberal priorities, this government said harassing lawful firearms owners was more important than providing a disability benefit to those living with disabilities.
Questions and comments? L'honorable députée de Thérèse de Blainville.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her presentation. Even though I don't agree with all of her statements, I am on the committee that had an opportunity to study C-22. There is one thing I do agree with, and I'd like to ask a question about it. What is unprecedented in this bill is the fact that the amount included in the benefit and the criteria for its eligibility will be decided through the regulation process with no parliamentary oversight at all. We don't know what the amount of the benefit will be. We don't know if it really will complement what is done in Quebec and the provinces. We don't know whether it will really do anything about poverty. We have passed certain modifications in committee concerning eligibility criteria. And about the amount, we want these issues to be studied by Parliament, but our amendment was voted down. What does my colleague think about this?
For Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, just before Christmas, I started receiving phone calls on C-22. Oh, please make sure you vote for C-22. And I thought, well, I better look and make sure I know what I'm calling them about. And I looked at the bill, and I started scrolling through, and I thought my iPad was frozen because there was nothing there. I looked, and it said coming into force, but what was coming into force? So I can already hear the grumbling across the aisle, Madam Speaker. They'll claim they do care about Canadians living with disabilities, but how many of them were in this House 8 years ago when we passed the Disability Tax Credit Promoters Restriction Act unanimously? And I know the member from Papineau was there. He too supported the legislation to help Canadians living with disabilities. But then when he became Prime Minister, it took 7 years to pass one regulation, and I pray that's not the case with the Canada Disability Benefit. And given the greasy slope this country seems to be on, we don't have another 7 years to wait.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I bring a bit of a personal experience to this debate. Our youngest child lives with a disability, and she's 27 years old, and we've been working with other parents in the disability community, so I know how important this disability benefit is. I also really share my colleague's comment that it's cruel to continue to make promises to this community and not deliver. I was also in this House from 2008 to 2015, though, when her government, the Conservatives, sat back while millions of people with disabilities didn't receive such a benefit as is before the House today. Curiously, that's about the same amount of time it's taken this Liberal government. My question, though, is this. What amount of benefit does she think is appropriate to support persons with disabilities? And second, we have a dental bill before this House that would bring dental care to millions of Canadians living with disabilities. Can she tell us why she voted against?
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. A brief answer, please.
Okay, so the first question there was about what we did as Conservatives when we were in power. Well, I remember our dearly beloved Jim Flaherty, who had 2 sons living with disabilities, brought in a number of disability savings accounts because he knew that there would be a time when the parents, he and his wife, would not be there to care for them. So he put together not only a bill, but implemented a savings plan for people who, when they're grown, would be able to have a disability benefit. But not all families are fortunate enough to have the money to put away.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Madam Speaker, well, I'm pleased to take the floor today to talk about Bill C-22, which seeks to create a benefit for persons with disabilities. And I'll say up front, the Bloc Québécois is in favor of this bill and will vote in favor of it, because we absolutely do believe that the situation is an urgent one. The numerous people with disabilities and advocacy groups that I met on a number of occasions have been very clear. The situation is pressing. It's pressing for them. And if there's one thing to recall about people with disabilities, it is that they deserve full recognition as full citizens in our society. Their situation should not cause them to lose their rights or lose their dignity. Madam Speaker, I'm sorry. I'd like the unanimous consent of the House to share my time with the honourable, the incredible, the great artist, member for Beauport-Côte de Beaupré, Ile d'Orléans, Charlevoix.
Was consent to share her time. Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Oui, pas de problème.
No problem. The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Still getting used to the House. So the Bloc believes that the government should ensure a decent social safety net for all people. Right now, the social safety net has holes and needs mending. So we will be supporting the bill, but if I may, I'd like to go over some concerns that I have already raised here in the House at the second reading stage and that I have already raised in committee. Above it all, we are concerned by the roundabout way the government has approached this bill. We are concerned about the way that the minister has hoarded all powers by deciding all details of the benefit will be determined through the regulation-making process. We are concerned that parliamentarians are being called to vote on a bill that, while well-intentioned, while a step forward, remains an empty piece of paper. Above all, we are concerned that the regulations will be developed in an opaque way and that at the end of the day, the benefit will not meet the needs of the people who require it and raise people with disabilities out of poverty. But yes, we will support the bill because this is an urgent issue. People with disabilities are vulnerable and need our help. It should be noted that many people with disabilities incur additional costs due to their disability, like the cost to retrofit their homes, the cost to have food delivered, the cost to buy medicine. Often, having a disability costs a lot of money. We can add on to this the pandemic and inflation, which hits this group even harder. I'll give you an example. I could cite a situation which was reported in the Quebec City Press, the situation of Paul Awad. He is a 57-year-old man who is having trouble making ends meet and getting the basic services he needs to live in dignity. This benefit would change his life. In Sherbrooke, where he lives, the living wage is $26,299 a year. He earns roughly $1,200 a month, which means that at the end of the month, there's often nothing left. He says, "I would like to be freed from the stress of having to choose between food and rent every month. I would like to live a life of dignity on my own terms." Mr. Awad is not alone. A number of other people with disabilities face the same challenges. As such, the Bloc Québécois believes it is important to support the creation of this benefit, because we believe that the role of government is to redistribute wealth and create real equality of opportunity through the appropriate social safety net. Having said that, as I noted, we are concerned. First, we have no idea how the government intends to structure this benefit. Let us recall that in June 2021, during the 43rd Parliament, the government tabled C-35, which was basically an empty husk. One election later, the government has come back to the table with another bill, C-22, which is a perfect copy of its predecessor, and it is another empty husk. Here's the proof. We have no idea what the various criteria of this benefit will be. There is no minimum amount written into the bill. The government is having trouble giving a clear definition of who the benefit is geared towards. Are we talking about people with motor disabilities, sensory disabilities, mental, disabling illnesses, permanent disabilities, temporary disabilities, all disabilities? We have no clue. Regarding the criteria, we have no idea how people with disabilities will be able to apply for the benefit. Will the government put in place a simple, efficient process, as a number of different groups have called for? We don't know. Then, when it comes to alignment with provincial measures, we have no idea how the federal government will go about this. In committee, public servants had trouble explaining what provinces were even doing. And, Mr. Speaker, we know that provinces are different in this regard. So all of this is to say there's a lot of work to be done During her speeches in public and in committee, the minister gave some clues about what she intends. For example, she said that the benefit would resemble the GIS, that it would be aligned with provincial programs, and that the application process would be a simple one. Empty words with nothing written on paper. Essentially, what she's saying is, trust me and vote for this blank piece of paper. This is very concerning. So this brings me to another concern, the inconsistency of how the government is approaching legislating. We believe that this is important enough a bill to go through the proper legislative process. Instead, we see that the government has hoarded all powers for itself by deciding to leave everything to the regulation-making process. It points to the urgency when justifying this decision. Well, where was that sense of urgency when the Prime Minister launched elections in 2021 and let C-35 die on the order paper? We could have passed this bill a year earlier, as a number of groups have already called for. So the government's arguments are not valid. The right thing to do would have been to consult stakeholder groups, write a bill that actually contains some content, present the bill to Parliament, and then sort out some other details through the regulation-making process. That would have been how to go about things in order to respect the work of parliamentarians. In these circumstances, in committee, I asked for the regulations to be presented for a vote in the House once they are written. The party in power voted this down, and I find this outrageous. Rest assured that the Bloc Québécois will be a listening ear and that we will keep an eye on how this benefit is structured, because a few things are non-negotiable. First, we demand that the benefit meet the needs of the groups it is intended for. We need to substantially support people with disabilities. We cannot content ourselves with a half measure. What is more, as the government writes regulations, we call upon it to invite all relevant stakeholders to the table as part of an open, transparent process. Dozens and dozens of people came before committee, and they all had important things to add to the debate. We need to listen to these people. And that's without counting the hundreds of briefs that were sent in. Here's an example. In Quebec, since January, we increased things by 40%. We increased the social support program for people with serious disabilities. We gave them more spending money. So we have an excellent social safety net in Quebec. It might not be a perfect one. And given this, well, we certainly don't want to jeopardize Quebec's social safety net by passing the federal bill. We don't want anyone to lose the benefits they are entitled to. That is what I'm concerned by. Different groups have noted that the situation is pressing. People with disabilities need our support. And we call on the government to move forward quickly. I call on parliamentarians to move this work forward. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think in looking at the legislation that we have before us, it's important to recognize that whether it's today or during the pandemic, the government has recognized and supported our disability communities. The Minister and Parliamentary Secretary made reference to the numbers and the impact it has literally on millions of people. This is indeed progressive legislation. legislation, and it does, in good part, set a framework to ensure that people with disabilities are provided support, and realize that there is some ongoing work that's required, Mr. Speaker, in order to complete and complement the legislation. But would the member not agree that this is a positive step forward, and why it is we expect that the legislation will pass with, hopefully, the support from all parts of the House?
The Honourable Member for Therese de Blainville. I said up front that the Bloc Québécois will be voting in favour of this bill. It's an imperative and it is a step in the right direction. What we are concerned by, Mr. Speaker, is that we don't know whether the bill will achieve the goals it seeks to achieve. Will it support people with disabilities? Will it complement the work being done in the provinces? I would humbly submit that deciding the amount of a benefit without giving any indication about what it will be in Parliament, well, how can this be? That's what I'm concerned by. Elected parliamentarians should have a say in the matter. The government is saying, here's a bill that will involve certain amounts, will involve certain eligibility criteria, and yet there's no parliamentary oversight, and that's the problem. Questions and comments?
On a Lake Country.
And I wanted to acknowledge the member for her speech. We sit on the committee together, and we've collaborated together in opposition. And she did touch base on this, but I'm wondering if she can just expand a little bit further. Her thoughts on the fact that any of the items, whether how much people will receive, who will receive it, what will be the process, whether there's clawbacks, all of that will be done at a regulation stage. And the work that we did at committee won't be happening any longer. So I wanted to get her thoughts on that, where all of that will be behind closed doors, and nothing will be coming back to Parliament or committee for oversight, and what her thoughts are on that.
The Honourable Member for Therese de Blainville. Well, that's the problem, isn't it? In committee, there was a block amendment moved that would have seen certain regulations, including eligibility criteria, the conditions under which the benefit would be awarded, and the amount of the benefit, or how it would be calculated. Well, all of this will be decided through regulation. This is absurd. Maybe the government will decide the amount will be $5. Okay, we know that's not going to happen. But given that the process, that the amount will be decided through regulations, there's no parliamentary oversight. The government could decide anything it wants, and that's unacceptable. This benefit should be designed by and for people with disabilities. And we want to be able to ensure that this bill achieves its goals. As such, I call on the government to improve the bill. Questions and comments? Just 42 seconds. The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
The member and I share concerns on the emptiness of the bill, and I really appreciate the member's work on committee to try to get some of that oversight. I wanted to speak a little bit, or ask through you, Mr. Chair, the member around the risks of impacts on provincial benefits, and if the member has anything to share on what the risk could be on loss of provincial benefits.
The Honourable Member for Therese de Blainville, with a very short answer. I'd like to thank my colleague, whom I appreciate a good deal. We worked together at committee. I think Bill C-22 has the goal of reinforcing support available. It's important for people with a disability to participate in designing this benefit. However, it's also important as parliamentarians that we be the guardians of this goodwill. We need to act quickly. We could have combined the parliamentary route with the regulatory tools. Would someone have dared to imagine that the guaranteed income supplement for retirees would have been decided through regulation? Nobody would have accepted that. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix.
Je vous félicite, vous avez...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think you're the one who gave my writing name the best out of every speaker on your team. First of all, I want to recognize the precious time and invaluable work for my colleague from Sainte-Thérèse de Blainville. She's a woman who cares deeply about the destiny of people in Quebec, about her community. She has done exceptional work on her committee, and I think everyone here, everyone around the table at that committee, has been able to observe how competent she is. She has a great deal of experience and brought a great deal of value to that committee, particularly C-22, and I want to sincerely thank her. Mr. Speaker, you'll understand that we're voting in favor of C-22 without a great deal of optimism. The bill remains a blank sheet of paper that gives the Minister and Council the power to adopt any regulations they deem appropriate. None of the amendments will pass, or rather will change the dynamic of determining the benefit solely through regulation, which we denounce. Parliamentarians will have little or no control over the end product, in spite of witnesses, in spite of groups that appear, in spite of the time dedicated to committee. We're basically at square one. It's not a good idea to go too quickly just to go quickly. We have to work quickly, but well. We see, of course, the heartwarming complicity between the NDP and Liberals, but it's a little alarming within the context of this expedited process. Quebec has the social safety net that is the envy of many nations. It goes without saying that we support all efforts to improve conditions for people living with disabilities. We must be aware, however, that the bill still contains very few details. In addition to representing a possible intrusion into Quebec's jurisdiction, we want to support people with disabilities. That means we will vote in favor of the principle. However, we have a lot of concerns. Essentially, this bill forces us to leave our hope at the door. In Quebec, in particular, there's a lot of specific details that we have to take into account. Many people don't consider themselves to be disabled and don't claim benefits. There's a lot of reasons for that. Some people never had health problems throughout their lives, and from one day to the next, become disabled, don't know where to look for help, or they don't want it. Some don't know that their condition's recognized as a disability. Some consider the process too complex. Since tax credits are non-refundable, some don't have sufficient income to claim them. Handicap and invalidity don't have quite the same meaning. Among the French-speaking public, there's confusion about the definitions. In Quebec, 193,000 people benefited from the disability tax credit, while in the country as a whole, there were 1,380,000. These numbers may seem high, but only 60% of Canadians ask for this benefit. In Quebec, only 2% of the public claims this tax credit, even though 16% of Quebecers live with a disability and would be eligible. This terminological confusion does not serve the public in Quebec. The federal government's planning consultations over 3 years, 3 years, to determine the details of the benefit. For people living with a disability, Mr. Speaker, the needs are immediate. They don't require such long consultations. What do we do for these people while we talk about their situation? I'd like to talk to you about my friend Daniel. Daniel is a person who spent most of his life with a disability. Before the summer of 1994, artist at heart. He left his hometown of Sept-Îles for Montreal, where he studied how to teach theater and taught at the Conservatoire La Salle. He had projects in the summer of 1994. In his early 20s, a tragic dive left him confined to a wheelchair. He was quadriplegic. He spent 1 year in rehabilitation in Quebec City, not eligible for a disability pension because in the months before his accident, he was a part-time student and worked part-time in a health center. And he was partly self-employed. That meant he hadn't contributed enough to be eligible. Throughout his physical rehabilitation, he had to turn to social assistance for 2 years. Do you see how it can be complex? At the moment one goes through the worst possible step of their lives, these types of difficulties should not be getting in the way. Daniel returned to Sept-Îles to work on his theater projects. He then dedicated many years to volunteer work and involvement in schools in several regions, from Quebec City to Natashquan. He developed coaching workshops as a self-employed worker. He offered his skills to many artists in Quebec, including Simon Gauthier, Le Comte de Petit Souris. He founded the bar spectacle Le Crapet Soleil with his wife Caroline Pedneau. They presented over 300 shows by artists, as well as theatrical productions, improvisation, and cultural events over 8 years, many of which are now a great success. I'd like to point out that he was a brilliant director. And there's a lot of people who became successful because of Daniel. Daniel was the brilliant director of the Théâtre Chanson La Vie du Temps. And thanks to his talent and skills, it gained the approval of Jean Bastry, Gilles Pelletier, and so many others who praised his exceptional work. I say it because Daniel did all that while in a wheelchair, without an income. In spite of 3 bouts of cancer and a stem cell transplant, Daniel has always wanted to be independent and worked to support his family. In 2008, he founded Noé Productions, participated in conferences, and published his first book. These new spheres of creative work led him to a 1-year tour of Western Canada. He offered theater workshops in French immersion schools. He took advantage of his time in the West and the success of his performances to direct The Little Prince by Saint-Exupéry and toured major cities in British Columbia. Today, his health is a major issue. His survival is a priority. He was rewarded. He succeeded. He and his spouse succeeded in having a beautiful little girl who's now 15 years old. Her name is Mika. Nothing of Daniel's disability stopped his competence, his skills, his dreams, his desire for a family. For 2 years, or rather 2 years ago, he made a request for a disability pension. For the first time, he applied for government assistance. I wanted to tell you about this, Mr. Speaker, because people living with a disability, no matter who they are, have one wish: to live a life as naturally as possible. Someone who loses their autonomy means that they need to live as normally as possible. Daniel spent many weeks in intensive care and he did not care about the most awful prognosis. He fought quietly. He dreams of going for walks in some of his favorite places. He worked on his writing projects. He wants to work with his romantic partner, Caro Coco, on another project. Daniel has achieved during his working life, in spite of severe disabilities, what many have not done while in full possession of their abilities. But he was not able to benefit from financial support that could have propelled his career further. So let's give everyone the chance to succeed in spite of adversity. Bill C-22 guarantees nothing tangible for people with a disability. The Bloc deplores the situation, and thanks to my colleague, we will work hard to make sure that it's as good as possible in the circumstances. Thank you. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think one of the things that's important also for us to recognize is that, and the member makes a reference to what I believe is something really important, and that is that people of disabilities, and the type of disabilities vary obviously from a very wide spectrum, but it's to acknowledge that in every aspect of our society, they contribute in every way. And so even though when we talk about supporting people of disability, we shouldn't in any way whatsoever infer that the people of disabilities are not contributing in a very wholesome way to Canadian society. And in fact, that what we're really talking about is to ensure that there is a basic level of support coming from the national government towards people with disability. So it's just more so just to have that reminder in recognizing the immense contributions when we think of people with disabilities, that it doesn't mean that they're not capable of doing anything that any of us would be capable of doing in many ways.
L'honorable député de Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-Orléans, Charlevoix.
Monsieur le Président, je répondrai à mon collègue.
Mr. Speaker, my answer is that there are as many cases as there are people living with a disability. Every case is unique. A flexible law, an adaptable law, a law that remains attentive to every case will allow every case to develop in its own way and deal with its own needs in order to ensure integration with our society. Legislation that allows us to do that, well, it's not Bill C-22. We need to do better.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the intervention by the member. She had mentioned in her intervention about the length of time that the regulations are going to take. And, so here we are, we have the legislation, it will go to the Senate, they'll do their work, and so whenever it receives royal assent, we heard at committee that it will be at least a year, likely, before the regulations will be developed, and who knows how long it'll be before benefits will actually come to people. So I'm wondering if she can just expand on that a little bit, just the length of time that these regulations are going to take to develop, considering that this government's been in power for 8 years, and they had the same legislation in the previous parliament, and it sounds like they haven't done much work to really put regulations together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable député de Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-Orléans, Charlevoix.
Je remercie
I thank my colleague for her question. I think that people living with a disability have to do like what Daniel and his family did, relying on financial support, moral support, physical support from their friends and family in order to be able to endure until we offer legislation that can meet those various situations. I hope that people living with a disability have support around them, because it's not the coming year with this legislation that things will improve.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Je remercie le député pour son discours.
I thank the member for her speech, and I share her concerns. Could she further explain why it's so worrisome for this bill to not include details on the amount of benefits, who will be eligible, and the date when people will be able to receive this benefit?
Député de Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-Orléans, Charlevoix.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say three things to my colleagues, just a few words. Lack of security, lack of predictability, and that deeply undermines the courage that's needed for these individuals. The most important thing we have to do, the priority we must have for people living with a disability, is to ensure food security, minimal comfort to be able to express themselves, get involved in our modern society. We're in a modern society, not the Middle Ages. I think it's necessary, it's urgent, like my colleague said. We must absolutely improve this with adaptable criteria.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to seek unanimous consent to share my time with the member from Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Is it agreed? Agreed. The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
So much. I'll start by thanking every disability organization, individual, and ally for keeping up the pressure on this Liberal government to get C-22 here today. Your work is invaluable, and your ongoing collaboration on making regulations is key. Let's take a minute to reflect on the process that has brought us to today. In 2019, the Liberal platform included a promise for the Canada Disability Benefit. The government was elected with a minority government twice over the past 3+ years, 1,200 days ago, and yet there is still no Canada Disability Benefit. 589 days ago, the Liberal government tabled the first iteration of the Canada Disability Benefit Act, Bill C-35, and then called an unnecessary election, cancelling this legislation. 232 days after the Liberal had still not tabled a bill for the Canada Disability Benefit in this session of Parliament, the NDP used their power to force the Liberals to act. On May 10, 2022, the NDP brought a unanimous consent motion for the Liberal government to introduce without delay a Canada Disability Benefit Act to get this important legislation moving. It was only under that pressure that this bill finally came to the table. The NDP are ready to move forward with this bill, even though it contains very few details, as many of my colleagues have stated. Details like who will get this benefit, how much will the benefit be, and when will people living with a disability start receiving it. In the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, we studied Bill C-22, and there were frustrations around the lack of details expressed. Throughout the study, witnesses informed us that the need for income support was so acute that they just wanted this bill to get into law and to work on the details later. This message was so clear. Income support is needed now. Too many persons with disabilities are living in poverty, and with skyrocketing costs of living, persons with disabilities are making impossible choices between food, medication, housing, transportation, and more. The difficult conditions are even leading to some considering MAID. That is why today, even with the lack of details in this bill, the NDP support moving it forward quickly so that the Liberals can finally live up to their promise of realizing the needed Canada Disability Benefit and to relieve unnecessary suffering if they would just bring those supports forward. Mr. Speaker, one of the details the committee received from ESDC was a comparison between the highest poverty line per province and the standard amount of their provincial disability supports. Not a single province provides income supports to persons with disabilities that are even close to the poverty line. Nova Scotia and New Brunswick show the highest gaps of more than $12,000 a year, while two of the most affluent provinces, Ontario and BC, have gaps of nearly $10,000 a year. Across Canada, the average annual gap for income support for persons with disabilities is nearly $9,000 as it compares to the poverty line. These numbers were from 2020, and the gaps are surely higher now with inflation. And that gap does not even include the additional costs of living with a disability in this ableist country. This is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Canada has an obligation to uphold the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities to ensure dignity and full equality for all. Under this convention, we must adhere to Article 28, which declares an adequate standard of living and social protection for persons with disabilities. That, along with other international and national obligations, is not being met in Canada. The government has other binding obligations, including the International Covenant of Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, to ensure that persons with disabilities have an adequate standard of living. The Liberal government must live up to these commitments. As human rights lawyer Vince Calderhead said during the HUMA testimony on Bill C-22, the government could very quickly ensure its human rights obligations are met in a way that is not compromising and that meets those obligations. No one should have to compromise with trade-offs to their human rights entitlements in order to ensure quick passage of this bill. But, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we're doing here. With the Liberals' 1,200 days of delay and the declining standard of living for almost 1 million Canadians with disabilities living in poverty in this country, this House feels the critical urgency to fast-track this empty bill on the hope, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberals will collaborate with the disability community and do the right thing to ensure this new Canada Disability Benefit is adequate and will ensure no person with disabilities lives in poverty. The Liberals must do better. Imagine the difference in closing that gap between provincial and territorial supports and the official poverty line. What that difference would make for persons with disabilities. And also consider the need to supplement that poverty line to truly accommodate the costs of a disability in this country. Accessibility aids, medication costs, transportation, and the list goes on. The NDP fought to get adequacy enshrined in legislation here, but the Liberals would not support it for consideration at committee. That is a real red flag and gives me great concern that the Liberals will not provide the benefit to be adequate. For some protection, the NDP introduced an amendment in regulations outlining a minimum amount of benefit that the benefit must consider the official poverty line. The NDP expects the benefit to be even greater than that. The NDP has also achieved some other transparency amendments in the process of developing the bill's regulations at committee, and the minister is now required to table in this House a progress report within 6 months of royal assent on the engagement and collaboration with the disability community in relation to the development of future regulations. The NDP was also able to reflect the urgency of this benefit, ensuring it will come into force no later than the first anniversary of the day on which it receives royal assent. During the HUMA Committee's study on Bill C-22, we heard testimony from the Quebec Intellectual Disability Society that it had taken 4 years to develop the regulations or framework for the Quebec's new income project. This can't happen with a disability benefit, and so protections are in place now to limit the time that the government can spend on making these regulations. But even with those amendments out of committee, Bill C-22 still will rely on regulations to determine who gets the benefit, how much will it be, and when will they get it. The Liberals have delivered just a framework that leaves those key decisions to be finalized behind the closed doors of Cabinet. So let me reiterate to the Cabinet that persons with disabilities living in poverty in this country are relying on this new income support and need more than a framework to pay their bills. In good faith, the disability community believes in the Liberal promise of nothing without us from the preamble of this bill. Don't disappoint them. Don't deny them their human rights. Canadians have heard a lot of promises from this minister and his government. This needs to be more than a promise. I close by saying the NDP supports the fast tracking of this framework and looks forward to its quick movement through the Senate, and we expect the government to show a commitment to the urgency and investment by significant funds in the upcoming budget for the Canada Disability Benefit. And, Mr. Speaker, to really solidify the House's commitment on urgency to this bill, because we've heard it today in this House, if you seek it, Mr. Speaker, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That, notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House later today, at the conclusion of the time provided for government orders, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, all questions necessary for the disposal of the third reading stage of Bill C-22, an act to reduce poverty and to support the financial security of persons with disabilities by establishing the Canada Disability Benefit and making a consequential amendment to the Income Tax Act, shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. The motion is carried. The honourable member for questions and comments. Question commentaire. Since I'm gonna go out of sequence for just 1 second, because I know there's been a member trying to get in a few times. So we're gonna go to a member for Kitchener Centre.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the member for Port Moody Coquitlam for her powerful speech and her strong support of strengthening C-22 throughout the committee process. My question is with respect to the similar question I asked of a Conservative member earlier. As she has also shared many times, it's not good enough to move this legislation ahead. The governing party needs to fund the Canada Disability Benefit. Can she speak more about the ways that she and the rest of her party will continue to put pressure on the governing party to fund the Canada Disability Benefit? Thank you.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to thank the honourable member for all of the work that he has done since Parliament began to sit on this bill. This is a key area of the budget that NDP have been talking about for a long time, supports for persons with disabilities, not just on C-22, but supports for persons with disabilities. It was because of the NDP that there was supports for persons with disabilities during the CERB. So I can say that the NDP have always been strong advocates for persons with disabilities all the way back to Jack Layton, and we will be pushing like we always have been for decades.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is important to recognize that it is genuine supports that are going to be going. We've seen that during the pandemic, where the government did come forward with the one-time payments for people with disabilities. And with this legislation, it shows and demonstrates a clear commitment to be able to continue to provide the supports. But one of the issues that is raised when we talk about federal supports going to people with disabilities is the issue of the potential threat of clawbacks at different levels of government. And I'm wondering if the member could provide her thoughts in terms of ideas of potential safeguards or just issues related to the potential of other types of clawbacks from other jurisdiction taking place, and if she has anything she would like to message on that particular point.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. The Conservatives and the Liberals have been in government for decades and decades and decades, and I would expect that there is a clear framework of how the provincial government works with the federal government. And as a woman standing in this House of Commons, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that I would hope that there is much more information than what was shared at committee around gender equity in regards to this bill, because I am very concerned that the women and households and women in those households are going to have disproportionate negative impacts if the government doesn't get this right.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her intervention. We sit on the HUMA committee together and have worked in opposition to to attempt to make parts of this bill better, even though it still is determined that almost everything will come out during regulations. But my question to the member is with regards to the timeline after potentially this bill passes and receives royal assent. I know that when we were at committee and there was questioning of the minister asking to lay out the timeline of how long, what the process would be for regulations, how long that would take, and then eventually when people would be receiving benefits. I'm wondering if she can comment on the timeline as to if she was surprised to hear at committee that it was actually going to take that long, considering that a lot of the communication from the government on this made it sound like, oh, once this bill passes, people will be receiving very, very soon some type of benefit.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciated working with the member in committee. I'm really concerned about timelines, and I'm really concerned about not having collaborative and good consultation with the disability community, who said that they want to outline these guidelines. They want to be fully involved in the regulation, which is one of the reasons that we respected, as a committee, limiting the amount of amendments that we would bring in on that area of regulation. But I am really concerned. I'm even concerned that they might not meet their timelines that are outlined in this bill. So we really have to work hard as opposition parties to really hold their feet to the fire on this one.
Et commentaire, l'honorable député de Montcalm.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, this is a worthy cause. We're talking about the dignity of persons with disabilities. And since it's a worthy, noble cause, the government has acted in a wishy-washy sort of way. They haven't thoroughly done their homework. So as my colleague said, we don't know the criteria for admissibility. We don't know the amounts. We don't know how it will be calculated. This makes no sense. We're at third reading. And yet, listening to debate tonight, I feel like we're at the stage of adopting the bill in principle. And now the government wants us to give them carte blanche. This, in fact, enshrines into law or formalizes the struggles that people have. The government is not operating very seriously, as usual.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will just say that the disability community, the allies, the very strong voice of them wanting to be involved in the making of regulations, really, this is a great way forward, and I'm really hoping that we can get this bill to the Senate ASAP.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to speak once again on this very important bill, Bill C-22, around establishing the Canada Disability Benefit at third reading. I would be remiss to not first take a moment to acknowledge the continuous and ongoing work of my NDP colleague, the MP for Port Moody Coquitlam, as well as so many in the disability community for their dedication to bringing the voices of those living with disabilities forward. Most of all, I want to acknowledge and thank all those living with disabilities for their endless perseverance to demand better. I'm in awe daily of the bravery shown by so many living with disabilities to share their stories and to push for their basic human rights, not only for today, but also for generations to come. It is clear we need the government to act now and implement this much overdue benefit. While I'm happy to be here today at third reading, I'm beyond disheartened that people with disabilities still do not have the support they so desperately need and deserve. I feel it's worth reiterating the supports those in living with disabilities are asking for are those to meet the most basic needs: food on the table, a place to call home, and heat to keep warm through the winter. I would like to pose the question to all members of Parliament in this House: how long is too long to wait for supports to meet your most basic needs? How long is too long to go hungry? How long is too long to go without a home? I'm sure all those in this House can appreciate that even one day going hungry without a safe place to sleep at night, without heat to keep warm, is too long. We live in Canada, a country that prides itself on taking care of one another, yet this government continues to delay vital and life-saving supports for those living with disabilities. 7 years, to be exact, of delays. The Liberals have been in power for 7 years and have taken no concrete action to date to lift people with disabilities out of poverty. My hope is that today, this sad history will change. I have said it in this House before, and I will say it again. Some of the strongest people I know are living with disabilities, exhibiting incredible strength despite being kicked down over and over again. People with disabilities are contributing members of our communities, like I've heard also in the House today, with their own unique stories, talents, and skills. People living with disabilities have loved ones, hobbies, and goals they are working on, just like all of us. We know that more than 5.3 million Canadians live with disabilities, and of those 5.3, 1 million live in poverty. 1 million, Mr. Speaker. Disability Without Poverty, a Canadian grassroots disability-led movement, stated, "We have a crisis of poverty in this country. Over 41% of people impacted are people with disabilities. This cannot be ignored in a country like ours." Constituents in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith and across the country who are living with disabilities are reaching out, pleading for support. Will this government listen and ensure that those living with disabilities get the supports in place today? There is no more time to wait. Without action, we will continue to see people living with disabilities being legislated into poverty. This is a fact. For example, if you're living with a disability and unable to work as a result, the support you receive at a time when you need it most does not provide the minimal supports required to make ends meet. This is shameful. The words of Catherine, who is living with a disability, really summarizes well the experiences I've been hearing from so many, both on Vancouver Island, at home, and across Canada. Her words are, it's been truly dehumanizing living in Canada as a disabled individual. I'd never wish my disease on anyone. The chronic pain and suffering that comes with my disease is awful enough on its own, but to then suffer extreme poverty adds a new level to the suffering for people with disabilities. Our basic needs are not met, and yet we are told to be grateful for the pocket change we are forced to live off of. She goes on to say, Bill C-22 has the mission to pass an act to reduce poverty and to support the financial security of persons with disabilities by establishing the Canada Disability Benefit and making a consequential amendment to the Income Tax Act. I hope this bill properly serves my community and saves lives. Please provide the help my community has been begging for. This issue is life and death. I hope it is rolled out urgently and with care. So many like Catherine are asking for just this, for supports to be implemented now for those who need it most, and to ensure the voices of those who are living with disabilities are part of the entire decision-making process from beginning to end. Who better to identify the needs and challenges of those living with disabilities but those living with disabilities? How many times does the government need to repeat the cycle of a top-down approach before realizing it doesn't work for anybody? The Accessibility Canada Act specifically recognizes the importance of those living with disabilities being involved in the development and design of laws, policies, programs, and services and structures in the spirit of nothing without us. Nothing without us means more than checking a box that consultation to the most superficial degree has been completed. It means having those with lived experience as an integral part of the development, design, and implementation of these supports. Current minimal disability supports have been further eroded by the affordability crisis and growing inflation, leading to increasingly dire situations every day for those living with disabilities and their families. I've spoken about a constituent in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith, Jocelyn, before. Her story and experience is similar to far too many living with disabilities that I speak with day after day. Jocelyn is a single parent of 2 young children who holds an education, work experience, and a drive to contribute and give back to her community. Unfortunately, Jocelyn was in multiple accidents, leaving her unable to work and relying on the minimal disability income provided to make ends meet. She described to me the challenges she experiences in covering just the basic costs of living. Jocelyn was very clear that all she was hoping for was the certainty that her children would have food on the table and a place to call home. Housing and food are certainly not luxuries for her and her children. These are basic human rights. As is the case with Jocelyn, legislating her into poverty means also legislating her children into poverty. Despite her perseverance and incredible resiliency, she is set up for failure. At a time when her children need the best start to life, Jocelyn is struggling to provide the basics for her children. It is clear that without the leadership required by this Liberal government, the impacts of those living with disabilities will be continued to be felt for generations to come. Bea Brusk, President of the Canadian Labour Congress, also shared with us her concerns around barriers for those living with disabilities in accessing necessary supports. Bea said, from barriers to employment, to affordable housing, to access care, so many people living with disabilities face unacceptable barriers to economic security. With rising costs making life even harder, we must make sure the bill is well designed and is a meaningful addition to existing federal, provincial, and territorial supports, so help gets to those who need it most. People living with disabilities deserve to live with dignity. Let me be clear, this is not the bill an NDP government would have put forward. As of today, we are looking at an empty bill without the specificity required to see real change. However, it is not too late for the government to make these changes. There is still time for this government, with the support of all members in the House, to move forward with a bill that provides an income that pulls individuals living with disabilities at minimum out of poverty. To create a bill that clearly articulates who is eligible for the supports, what the benefit amount will be, and when such supports will be made available and placed in the bank accounts of those who need it most. Compounding the struggles to make ends meet experienced by those living with disabilities is not knowing if there's any hope in sight. It is devastating to hear from many people living with disabilities sharing that they are hopeless and that the only option left for them is to consider medical assistance in dying. When choosing to die is easier than trying to live, we know there is a deep-rooted problem with the decisions being made. It is time for the Liberal government to step up, to provide hope and move forward with a bill that contains the substance required to ensure those living with disabilities can live with dignity and respect. The first step is moving forward with Bill C-22 to the Senate.
Questions and comments?
L'honorable Secrétaire parlementaire au leader.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank my colleague from the NDP for her intervention today. I do agree with the last comment that she made. It's time for this to pass, and I'm glad to hear that unanimous consent motion was adopted a few moments ago with regard to that. I know that the NDP has been particularly critical in terms of the specifics within the bill, but when we really look at it, I mean, a bill of this nature really needs to have consultation with the stakeholders. One thing that we do know is that the individuals who are going to be most affected by this want and have to have a say in the various different supports and the various different supports that are there for them. So I'm wondering if she can, and I realize that there is a push to get this as quickly as possible to have those supports in people's hands, but would she not agree that it is important to have that genuine feedback come through the proper framework development process in order to get it right?
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, it is important that we talk about the specificity of the bill. There it is. A couple of thoughts around that. First of all, it's been 7 years of the Liberals being in power. There's been a lot of time in there where the consultation could have been done. Absolutely, there needs to be people who are living with disabilities involved in this process from the very beginning right to the very end, because who knows best but those living with disabilities. And we also need to recognize that it's time to move forward with action. Rabia Kadir, the CEO of Dean Support Services and National Director of Disability Without Poverty, states her position is that people with disabilities need money now. They are sick and tired of being consulted. The government should know the problem by now, and it is time to deliver. So those are not my words. This is what we're hearing from those in the community, and they are saying that they need these supports now, and that is coming from them. So it's time for us to listen.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her intervention. One of the comments that she had made was that this is not the bill that the NDP would have put through, and yet they have a confidence and supply agreement with the Liberals, and I'm wondering if this was really important to them, why that wasn't negotiated in with that agreement, because then they might have there might have been a different bill than what we see here today.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we are here as the NDP to get things put into place for people, and that's exactly what we are doing. With this agreement in place, we were able to get tremendous outcomes for people in need dental care, doubling of the GST, just as two examples. No, we weren't able to get everything that we wanted in there, and that's why we continue to persevere and to push for the Liberal government to implement the items that are so desperately needed in our community, like the disability benefit that we are debating today. This is vitally important, something that the NDP has been fighting for generations, for the supports that people with disabilities need and deserve, and we'll keep doing that until we see those living with disabilities living with the dignity and respect that they deserve.
Question, come on.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, who I spend lots of time with at the Fisheries Committee. In general, we are on the same page, and I agree with her. More work needs to be done, things need to move forward, we need to find solutions. And I understand her position. Is she not concerned about the end result of all of this rushing, this flawed process? I mean, sure, we'll all pat ourselves on the back. Yes, we passed a bill, we're clapping our hands, we're so happy. But in real life, not much will ensure that a person with disabilities will really get concrete, rapid support.
Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleague who I absolutely appreciate working closely with in the Fisheries Committee. I was trying to translate both in French and English at the same time. My brain doesn't like doing that, it appears. But to answer your question, people in the disability community are asking for this to be put ahead, for it to go to Senate, for it to pass royal assent, so that we can do the work of having those living with disabilities as part of the process of ensuring that the specificity is included, to ensure that we know when this is coming. There's a lot of details that need to happen to ensure those with disabilities can have the hope that they so desperately need to be able to plan and move forward in knowing that they have the supports that they need on their way.
Resuming debate. Seeing there's no further speakers, it being 6:30. Pursuant to order made earlier today, it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the third reading stage of the bill now before the House. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Ms. Qualtrough, seconded by Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, moved that Bill C-22, an act to reduce poverty and to support the financial security of persons with disabilities by establishing the Canada Disability Benefit and making a consequential amendment to the Income Tax Act, be now read a third time and do pass.
Recognized party president in the House wishes that the motion be carried Carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division. I invite them to now rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask for a recorded division.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until Thursday, February 2nd, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for in oral questions. It being 6:31, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Monsieur Terrien.
Mr. Terrien, seconded by
Étude à la deuxième lecture du projet de loi C-239, loi modifiant la loi permettant de faire certains paiements fiscaux aux provinces et autorisant la conclusion d'accords avec les provinces pour la perception de l'impôt au nom de M. Terrien.
Mr. Terrien, seconded by Mr. Simard, moves that Bill C-239, an act to amend an act to authorize the making of certain fiscal payments to provinces and to authorize the entry into tax collection agreements with provinces, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Debate. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very pleased to talk about the single tax return. I've talked about it before. It's something Quebecers have been calling for a long time. So to understand why we want a single tax return is because we have two tax returns right now, a federal one and a Quebec one. Why is that? Well, when you want to understand what people go through, you need to look at the historical context. So let's go back in time. This went back to 1867 when Canada was made. Back then, many people think that Canada was made by people coming together, people from Ontario and Quebec and the Maritimes, people saying, we want a country called Canada. We insist. We must come together. It's not true. That's not the way it happened. In 1854, Canada signed an agreement with the Americans. Why? Because we wanted a free trade agreement. And Canadians were having trouble selling products. They wanted to sell things to the United States. So a reciprocity agreement was signed with the Americans back in 1854. Trade took place. We turned away from the mother country towards the U.S., and we started importing American products. But then the Americans got involved in the War of Succession. Alliances were made, and the people of the North won. And what did they say? We won. And we're ready to take revenge. So what was said was, what are we going to do if we can't sell to the Americans? And then some visionaries rose, the fathers of Confederation. Not a popular revolt or anything, not a people's movement. It was the fathers of Confederation getting together, trying to sell products. That's where Canada comes from. There was no singing, there was no music, there was no partying, just the fathers of Confederation getting together in Charlottetown, having a discussion and conspiring. And then we got Canada. As we say, as one Quebec humorist said, Canada was doomed from the start. Because it has lots and lots of fathers and only two mothers. Rather, between two C's. It's a pun in French. Then the fathers of Confederation wanted a strong federal government where the provinces would not have power. We wouldn't want a civil war like the Americans had. what? Despite this, taxation powers were given over to the provinces. A few responsibilities. The fathers of Confederation were great visionaries, you know? So they said, let's give just a few powers to Quebec and the provinces. We'll throw them a bone. They can manage health, education, you know, the things that don't matter. Back then, it was the clergy who controlled all this. Later, they considered handing over income tax because, you know, they didn't think it would ever amount to anything. That's where our story begins. When income tax powers were given to Quebec and the provinces. Provinces quickly realized that this power was worth actually quite a bit. The First World War came around, and the federal government went, hey, you know what would be fun? Let's create a tax to finance the war effort. Hey, this actually is worth a lot of money. So this measure that was supposed to just last throughout the war was kept around to pay for what the war cost. And then there was an economic crisis back in the 30s, so they kept it around. Then the Second World War came around, so what did the Feds say? They said, you know what, let's keep this income tax even more. And after the war, they decided it would be kept indeterminately. In 1947, all the provinces but Ontario and Quebec signed an agreement. Later in 1952, the federal government completely took control of income tax powers. Everyone was in agreement except Quebec, you know, because we're a nation, we're a people. The Tremblay Commission was put in place. And Quebec and Duplessis expressed a certain consensus. Quebec wanted to implement significant changes to its public service, and for that, we needed money. And that's what led us to having 2 tax returns. What we're calling for now is a single tax return. So what does that mean? It would mean that there would be multiple fiscal policies, but just one tax collector, Quebec. Quebec would collect all money from income taxes. At the end of the fiscal year, the tax collector writes a check, gives it to the other government, gives the federal government the money collected through its own fiscal policies, and a payment would be put in place for services rendered. Now, some are looking at this and saying, hey, that doesn't make any sense. Hey, Quebec already has the QST, the GST. No one's died yet. It already happens, you know. Quebec collects the GST on behalf of the federal government. It also collects its own sales tax, just one tax collector. A check is sent at the end of the year. And then the federal government gives some money back to Quebec so we can pay our public servants. Why should Quebec be the one collecting taxes? Because Revenu Québec has access to more information. We have a more complex system in our province. In Quebec, the government manages daycare, schools, and so on and so forth. So it is a good understanding of what services are required. Here's another point. Data is used for to support the needy. This is something that the Quebec government is in charge of.
En plus, si Québec continue à faire la perception, elle perdra pas.
If Quebec continues, when it comes to collection, it's part of Quebec's responsibility and authority. If they transfer that to Quebec and then transfer the powers to other provinces, well, they want to keep that power. In Quebec, Quebecers want the government of Quebec to manage that collection. There's a motion before the National Assembly, or there was a motion. It was voted on. It passed unanimously. Even Philippe Couillard was there, and he voted in favor of it. In 2018, May 15th, I tabled the motion. I was there. And I saw Philippe Couillard, the super federalist. He smiled at me. He knew what he was doing. He thought it was a good thing. And it said that tax collection would be done by Quebec. Why do it this way? We could save time. We could save money. According to François Valancourt, doing taxes for a Quebecer takes 10% more time than just filing a single tax return. 10% more time. It's not 50% more time, it's 10. Because of technology, it so happens that it's 10%. What does that mean? 39 million for Quebecers who want to file their taxes. It means for business owners, $89 million gained. Entrepreneurs need to have less administrative burden. Well, one way to go about that is to have just one statement or tax return. Finally, when you deal with a tax return and the federal government has its form and the federal government has its form, you don't need a doctorate in math that you have two people to understand that two people are doing the same job. Why pay two people to do the same job? That could be a $287 million gain between the federal government and Quebec's government. Everybody wins. So we have to understand that it's a good thing for everybody. And I'm not just talking about time savings here. What are the arguments we hear against it? Well, we hear the argument about jobs. If you have two people doing one job, and then we delegate all that responsibility to one person, that seems to make sense. Well, people might lose their job. Some people says that Quebec will need those people because they'll have more processing to do. So some people will go to work to Quebec and they will be doing the same type of work that they used to do for the federal government. And now we're in the 21st century. This is the third decade of this century, and we're not talking about massive job losses like in the 80s, where unemployment levels were so high. Right now, we're dealing with a labor shortage. The government will say it's not easy. We have, a labor shortage. People from the CRA don't get services. Well, what do you want us to do? We've got a lack of workers. At EI, people aren't getting the services they want. What do you want us to do? There's a lack of workers. People at immigration, they're sending files to people who don't even work in there. What do you want us to do? There's a lack of workers. Hello? You've got extremely competent workers who are already in the government's apparatus, and they could stay with CRA because they need more people, or they could go and work elsewhere in the federal public service, or elsewhere in the public service, rather. It could be done gradually. They can all eventually go through attrition, but also by retiring. Some are going to say, well, the federal government receives and gives information from other countries because, if you collect taxes, you don't want to do double accounting and double taxation. But tax collectors have those agreements, and we're going to tell the United States, hey, the federal government used to give this service, but now it's Quebec. So you have no agreement anymore. People are going to leave and go to Quebec, and I won't have any more information. Where's the government of Quebec? Can I call it? That's the argument that people are using. The final critique is it's not complicated. the federal government would lose information important to its operations and to make enlightened decisions. Well, no. The government of Quebec collects a great deal of information. The government of Quebec could transfer that information to the federal government when it requests it. Quebec's database is much more vast. That's why we need a single tax return. It's that simple. Quebecers were asked, are you for or against a single tax return managed only by Quebec? And the answer was yes at 65%, no 25%, and 12% who said, I don't know. The National Assembly is on our side. Quebec is with us. We've got common sense on our side. I'm telling you, it's time to move into the 21st century. And we need to manage this intelligently in a situation where we have a lack of workers. So let's move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to thank the member for the compliment that he gave me. I think he's got 3 years on me. Questions and comments.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I suspect the member would likely find individuals in every provincial, territorial jurisdiction that would make similar arguments. Many of them might actually be separatists in their own jurisdiction. The issue that I have is that Canada, as a nation with the 10 provinces and the 3 territories, would the Bloc be advocating that Canada should just dismantle CRA and have all provinces operate on their own? It seems to me that the Bloc have an approach to take anything that would minimize the federal government's role. In essence, any resources we get just to be that ATM machine, things like OAS and many other programs that the federal government provides, I think is really important. Would he not agree that, for example, if you're a senior in Quebec or a senior in BC, Manitoba, or anywhere else in Canada, you should be entitled to the OAS? The federal government is indeed in a good position to administer many programs.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. I'd like to thank my colleague for his questions. First of all, there's a reality that Quebec has that the other provinces do not. It's that Quebec is the only place in Canada where we have to produce 2 tax returns. Of course, the CRA is still going to exist. It simply won't be collecting income taxes and corporate income taxes. That's all. It will have other things to do. That said, we are the only ones that have to file 2 tax returns. There's nobody else in Canada that has to do that. It's excellent that other provinces only have to do 1. That's what I want. As for the other comments, I'm afraid I have nothing to say. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his historical speech, which was excellent. He, however, forgot to mention that there is a single party in this House that wants to take power that has already promised for 2 elections, 2019 and 2021, to get to a single tax return. Can my colleague say if he trusts the Conservative Party to help Quebecers to get something that they are owed? And will they work with us during the next mandate in 2023, perhaps? The Honourable Member for La Prairie.
Je salue mon collègue.
I would like to say how much I appreciate my colleague and his question. The last time we worked on this bill, let's say that Conservatives' openness to it was somewhat lukewarm. The initial proposal got to committee and then they supported us. Let's just say that the conviction when it came to the single tax return was a little less solid. However, they're on the right side of history this time, and I want to congratulate them. My goal is for this to get done now. I think that all the arguments are there. The logic is there. I don't see why we'd delay this I think that people here are operating on goodwill, and I think that we can all solve this problem immediately. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his determination on this subject. We see it come before us often. In 2021, he told the Standing Committee on Finance that this means that for CRA in Quebec, over 2,300 people out of about 5,000 would lose their job. The NDP is very concerned about the outcomes for people who are working in the public service. These are unionized workers. They talked about the labor shortage. But what's going on with the federal government? In 2015, there were 260,000 public servants. In 2020, 300,000. And that rose to 355,000. They've hired 35,000 people at the federal government. And we're glad that the federal government has a lot of people to offer good services. But having to hire 35,000 people in the last 2 years, where are they sending them? The Honourable Member for La Prairie. When we talk about 3,000, it's not even 10%. And this attrition could happen over several years. The second thing, I think he's here with us, and he understands that when the government says that it can't offer services because they lack officials, and so they have contracts for McKinsey. I don't think we need to think long and hard and come to the conclusion that it looks like we haven't hired enough people. When there's a shortage of workers, that means there's a shortage of services, and that means you have to hire. But when you have a shortage of workers, it's hard because everybody is running after the same people. There's people who are putting on shows to try and attract them to work for them. We're talking about 3,000 workers, and we're going to put them somewhere else where they'll be even more useful. It'll be free because they were already paid. Who could be against that? Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing. Mr. Speaker, I have the privilege of participating in the second reading debate on Bill C-239. This bill is identical to C-224, which was presented during the previous legislature. I'm sure that honourable members understand that there were significant shortcomings with that version of the bill. I will focus on the shortcomings of the bill before me. These measures would allow a single collection of taxes. Our government has always recognized that the objective of the bill, meaning to simplify tax returns and compliance for Quebec taxpayers, is attractive, and that's an objective we all share. However, the way the bill seeks to achieve this raises concerns about effectiveness, fairness, efficiency, and value to taxpayers and governments, including in Quebec. First of all, there's the negative impact that the bill would have on jobs at the Canada Revenue Agency for employees in Quebec and outside of Quebec and their communities. At the committee stage in the previous Parliament, we heard from expert witnesses and stakeholders, such as the representative for the Union of Taxation Employees, who warned that there will be massive job losses if this bill passes and the federal government turns over the administration of Quebec's federal taxes to the provincial government, and that the vast majority of jobs that would be lost are held by people who live in Quebec, pay taxes there, and contribute significantly to the province's economic activity. As the witness concluded, it would be devastating, especially for the regions of Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean and Mauricie. The Canada Revenue Agency is the largest employer in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, as well as the mining sector. These alarming findings are consistent with projections made by the Canada Revenue Agency, showing that the transfer of federal income tax administration to Revenu Quebec could jeopardize about 6,000 jobs in 14 Canada Revenue Agency offices in Quebec. The transfer would affect employees in many offices outside Quebec, such as Summerside, Prince Edward Island, and in Ontario, where Quebec tax returns are also processed. We learned in the previous legislature that this bill, or rather the previous session of Parliament, that this bill could result in higher costs for Canadian taxpayers. Existing tax collection arrangements produce efficiencies that translate into cost savings for taxpayers. Transferring the administration of multiple provinces and territories to a single tax administrator, the federal government creates economies of scale and reduces the administrative burden. Unfortunately, the bill we're discussing would take us in the opposite direction. This was confirmed by testimony from a representative of the CRA at the committee stage of the previous Parliament. She noted that the necessary integration of processes and technological infrastructure between the two organizations would result in new expenditures. Fixed costs associated with the operation and significant infrastructure made by the agency to serve all Canadians would not decrease as a result of such a transfer. The CRA representative went on to confirm that such a move would actually increase costs. They said that our estimates to date are that it would cost at least $800 million. This was corroborated by testimony from a representative of the Professional Institute of the Public Service of Canada, who noted that the numbers don't add up. There's no savings, no efficiencies to be gained from this transfer for Quebec taxpayers or those who are in the rest of the country. The union representative pointed out that the most efficient and cost-effective way for Quebecers to opt for a single tax return would be to have the CRA manage tax collection. That is a view shared by the Union of Taxation Employees representative. That doesn't mean we want to move in that direction, Mr. Speaker. As the CRA representative made clear to the committee, the question should not be whether Canada should take over Quebec's taxes or whether Quebec should take over Canada's taxes. The question should be, how can we simplify taxes for Quebec's residents? Our government fully agrees. That's why we will continue to work with and hold a dialogue with Revenu Québec, with whom we have a long-standing, productive, and collaborative relationship to find ways to simplify the tax return and reduce the compliance burden on Quebec's taxpayers. We've already made significant progress. Our concerns about this bill go further. The bill raises concerns about Canada's ability to meet its obligations under existing international tax treaties and agreements that designate the Minister of National Revenue as Canada's competent authority. Canada has more than 100 such tax treaties and agreements, and renegotiating them could take years and considerable resources with no guarantee of specific results or favorable ones. Our international partners may, for instance, not agree to change these provisions or be prepared to interact with two or more separate tax administrations. This could have serious consequences for our ability to combat tax evasion and avoidance, which relies on treaties and tax information exchange agreements. Mr. Speaker, these are important considerations, and Canadians expect us to take them into account. I'd like to congratulate my parliamentary colleagues for taking this into account in the assessment of the precursor of this bill during the previous parliamentary session. And they finally rejected it. As I've made clear, our government is open to improving tax administration to ensure the best possible results for taxpayers in terms of fairness, efficiency, and value for taxpayers and governments, including those in Quebec. We will continue to work with Revenu Québec to find ways to simplify the tax return and compliance burden of Quebec's taxpayers. This work will promote better harmonization of our respective tax administrations and simplify the tax filing process for taxpayers in Quebec. We are always ready to improve the situation, but the evidence indicates that it's clear that the bill before us would take us in the opposite direction. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present this case today, Mr. Speaker.
Le débat continue. L'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to rise this evening to speak to Bill C-239. This was a Conservative Party promise in the summer of 2018. We also moved a motion on February 5th, 2019, here in this House to make this same very reasonable, clear request on behalf of Quebecers and Quebec's National Assembly. And what we want is for Quebecers to have a lighter administrative load, to cut the red tape. To do so, we want Quebecers to have a single tax return. In April 2021, all of my Conservative colleagues voted for this, for Bill C-224. A single tax return is what Quebecers want, and it's what my constituents in Lévis-Lotbinière want, because currently Quebecers have to file 2 returns, and they have to start filing 2 returns even before they reach the age of majority, as soon as they start making an income. This is a very reasonable ask. It would save a lot of time and money for Quebec's families and for all Quebecers. Quebec is the only Quebec is the only province that has this onerous burden. But the Liberal government just doesn't seem to be heeding our requests. Why? Well, because it's just not in the Liberal DNA or in Liberal values to want to save money or to want to save time. So, Mr. Speaker, let me give you a real-life example. An example of when all my kids were still living in the family home with us. So, at that time, we had to file 14 personal income tax returns for just our household, plus 2 returns for my small farm company. Think about that, 16 tax returns for one home. It's burdensome, it's counterproductive, and yet we are imposing this on families, students, young workers who are contributing to our workforce at a time when we need workers more than ever. Conservatives have in our values the desire to make Quebecers' lives easier. We want to help them save time and money. We want to increase their quality of life. Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't be afraid to say things as they are. Currently, we have a coalition government. It's a buddy system government between the Liberals and the NDP. It's disastrous for Quebecers and for Canadians because, in fact, this arrangement is harmful to our democracy and prevents good, logical measures from being passed. Recently, my bill, my private member's bill, C-215, got a lot of support, but it might not be voted on after third reading because the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance are still refusing to give a royal approval recommendation to C-215. And I'd like to remind you about my bill, which would increase to 52 weeks the number of EI sickness benefits week in case of serious illness. This is necessary because EI hadn't been overhauled since 1971. Now, back to C-239. It's a very reasonable bill, but we have a big problem in this House after 8 years of Liberal incompetence. And you can see this incompetence everywhere in Canada in all sectors now. Our Canada is broken. It will never be as it was before. We are now living with the consequences of the Liberal lack of leadership and lack of political will to tangibly and in a lasting way improve the lives of Canadians. Under this Liberal reign, life is very, very expensive. Inflation is on the rise. Taxes are higher. Crime is on the rise. There have been more drug overdose deaths. And now the Liberal government, through Bill C-21, is trying to go against hunters and farmers, trying to punish them. Honest, hardworking Canadians. The Liberal government seems to be ready and willing to do anything to help their buddies and help their buddies get funding and financing. The Liberals did manage to legalize marijuana. Now they're going to decriminalize all hard drugs. But when it comes to helping hard-working Canadians, working hard every day, responsible Canadians, or when it comes to helping people who are seriously ill and need more sick benefits, then the Liberals don't seem to want to help those people. They don't want to give them any favoritism or free rides like they do with their friends. It's a hard no, apparently, from both the NDP and the Liberals when it comes to good sense bills, common sense. Now, the government is just totally incompetent. This government is tired, worn, out of date. And, I remember one Liberal argument against a single tax return in Quebec. In fact, the Minister of National Revenue said in this House that it would lead to massive job losses. Well, that is oversimplified. Because what's interesting, Mr. Speaker? Jobs in the public service have increased by 32%. People in my riding, Mr. Speaker, are writing to me. They're struggling to make ends meet. They have no savings left. People write to me to tell me that they have to go to food banks to feed themselves and their families. They're telling me that they are struggling to pay their rent. People who have to go to work while sick, or even worse, declare bankruptcy. I am worried for our future. I'm worried for the future of our children, of future generations. I'm more worried than ever before. Quebecers' hopes and dreams are disappearing now after 8 years of Liberal incompetence. The Conservative Party promised a single tax form in the 2018 election campaign, but I fear that it won't become a reality this time either. Because of the NDP. The NDP should become an opposition party once again. They should stop supporting the Liberal government. 32 Bloc Québécois MPs are not going to be the ones to change Canada in the deep ways that Canada needs. I'm proud to say that the people of my riding, of Lévis-Lotbinière, they placed their trust in me and in the Conservative Party to put an end to 8 years of Liberal incompetence, which is 8 years too long. Conservatives are the best place to work for a Quebec that'll be more productive, stronger, wealthier, more prosperous, a true partner in Canada's success, a partner in the success of all Canadians and all Canadian provinces. Historically, Conservatives have always said yes to Quebec's requests. We said yes to building a new Champlain Bridge. We said yes to the third link in Quebec City. We said yes to giving Quebec more immigration powers, and we support the single tax return. Our party is not just promising change or making empty promises. No, we are really tangibly committed to helping Conservatives. That's what I've been doing with the Conservative Party here in this House for 17 years now. We support Quebec. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie, resuming debate. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Off the bat, I'd like to start by saying that it is February 1st. It's the beginning of a new month. I wish everyone a happy Black History Month in Canada. Tomorrow, if my math is correct, tomorrow will be February 2nd. What will happen on February 2nd? Well, it's Groundhog Day, Mr. Speaker, on February 2nd. And I feel like it's Groundhog Day today, the day before Groundhog Day. So I'm going to make the same speech that I made in 2019, that I made in 2020, that I made in 2021 after we studied an identical bill in committee. It seems that some really aren't listening to witnesses and witness testimony. Groundhog Day is a Bill Murray movie. He wakes up, Bill Murray's character, every day and lives the same exact day over and over and over. And here we are with the same debate, the same arguments being made about this topic. Witnesses told us that it doesn't work, that it wouldn't work. And in fact, the principle was adopted at an NDP meeting in 2018. There are two aspects to this. There's the single tax return for Quebecers. And we heard talk about jurisdiction, but for jurisdictional reasons and historical reasons, Quebecers ended up with double tax returns. Nobody likes red tape, administrative burden. Everyone would like things to be simpler and easier, faster, but there would be consequences, serious consequences for Quebecers, for Quebec's regions. The NDP agrees with the principle of a single tax return, but only if there are no human costs. There shouldn't be repercussions for workers. people shouldn't end up jobless because of a decision that we made, thinking that it would be the right one. Because yes, at first glance, filing one return instead of two seems logical, seems to work for everyone. But it's important for me to say this in the context of this debate. We're not in the 80s anymore. In the 80s, Quebecers would go to the Caisse Populaire in February or March to get their two sets of documents, the documents for Quebec taxes and the documents for Canada taxes. And then back in the 80s, we had all these documents and you would go through them page by page. It was very burdensome. You had to cross-check with your T4s. You had to really check all your numbers. And then you would mail the Quebec tax return to Quebec and the Canada tax return to Canada. It was unfair. It was onerous. And it was just very unfair that Quebecers were the only Canadian citizens, the only province to have to do this. But we're not in the 80s anymore. It's 2023. Things are done differently. Quebecers don't all go to the Caisse Populaire to get their paperwork and their forms. In fact, there's some recent data which is very telling. I'll share it with you. Most professionals, most accounting professionals say that since 2016, at least 60% of Quebecers have their taxes filed by certified accountants. 40% of income tax returns are filed by individuals themselves. Now, of these 40%, 75% file online. When you file online, Mr. Speaker, maybe you've done it yourself, it's actually quite easy. When you file online as a Quebecer, actually, you file once. You enter your data, and then the software makes sure that you are filling out both forms. So having to file two tax returns when you file digitally these days has no impact. Then, with one click, you send your information, your return to Ottawa, you send your return to Quebec. The software handles all the hard work for you and makes calculations automatically. Between 10 and 12% of Quebecers, Mr. Speaker, are still filling in two paper returns. But for 90% of Quebecers, this private member's bill won't change a thing. 90%. And there's something that I'm very sure of. I'm sure that the 10 to 12% who are still filing in paper format will decrease with each passing year. It's clear, there's a very clear trend that people are filing online more and filing on paper less. This measure seems appealing at first glance. It seems like we're making life easier for people. And the NDP supports making life easier for people, of course, in principle. But this bill actually wouldn't have a major impact. It wouldn't have a major impact in improving people's lives, but it would have a major impact in the regions because there would be major job losses. We heard this from a witness in Finance Committee in 2021. The member, in an exchange with the member for Joliette, they said that 44% of CRA workers in Quebec, 44% of 5,300 workers at Quebec CRA are useful, according to the member for La Prairie. And we can see this in the notes. Well, I'd like him to tell the 3,000 other employees that they're not useful, not needed. Is that the Bloc's position? Telling workers that they're unimportant, not needed? In committee, it was also said that this means that 2,300 of the 5,300 employers would stay working there in Quebec CRA. This would mean loss of income and loss of a job for 3,000 people. The member for La Prairie said, and you can read this in the committee meetings notes, said that they're ready to sacrifice 3,000 jobs in the regions. 3,000 families who would be impacted. And they're ready to go ahead and do that for political reasons. Well, we, the NDP, we actually did our homework. We have met with workers. We have met with public service workers in Quebec and in Canada. We met with the FTQ union. They told us that you can't just wave a magic wand, take 3,000 jobs away, and boom, they'll find other jobs. No, it's not that easy. There are no guarantees for them. Where would they work? How would the organizations be reorganized if we were to cut 3,000 jobs? We asked these questions. We met with stakeholders on the ground. In Shawinigan and Jonquière, I met with people. I talked to them about this. It is crystal clear that for them, this would mean losing their jobs. They don't believe in magical thinking. The Federal Public Service has recently hired a lot, and so we hired 3,500 people over the past 2 years, 3,500 jobs. That's not 10% of 35,000 people. No, that is an additional 10%. And where are we going to send these individuals? Well, the Bloc says, we'll find jobs for them. They'll find jobs. Nobody believes that, though. Witnesses who testified in committee said that there's no clear plan, there's no vision, there's no guarantee for these 3,000 workers. They're hard workers, they're taxpayers, they pay for rent and food in their regions. We should not put their lives and livelihoods at risk for a political win for the Bloc Québécois. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Groundhog Day. I like that movie quite a bit. I just lived through Groundhog Day listening to my NDP colleague. I'm the member for Jonquière, so the tax center that we're talking about is in my riding. And I remember that in 2019, the former MP for Jonquière, an NDP member, said that there wouldn't be any job losses. But at the same time, the leader of the NDP and deputy leader were saying to national media, we respect Quebec, they were saying. We want Quebec to have more autonomy so they will get their single tax return. So they were talking out of both sides of their mouth. On the one hand, they were telling Quebecers that they support their political autonomy. Then on the other hand, they were saying that there wouldn't be any job losses. They were saying one thing in Jonquière and other things in Montreal. That's not Groundhog Day, though. That's just hypocrisy. So I just wanted to remind this House of that. Now, I would like to continue on the amazing introduction in the speech made by the amazing member for La Prairie. In fact, he always gives me ideas of what to talk about. And he talked to us about the origins of the tax returns. And in order to tell us about the origins, he went back, all the way back to Confederation. And I'd like to add another layer to this story, Mr. Speaker. The member for La Prairie omitted a small detail, a detail which explains the creation of Canada, which explains the motivation of the Fathers of Confederation. That is, they wanted to build a railway. They wanted to build a railway coast to coast. So in order to build their railway, they said, well, why don't we team up as a confederation? We, the people, that was how the United States was born. They were born in the quest for emancipation. Other states are created for business reasons, like ours. Here, they said, well, let's build a railway.
That's important to note. The member for La Prairie left it out, and I think it's important to note it. Because that plays into the single tax return. Right now, it is Quebec that is in search of its emancipation, and we will get there through the single tax return. Now, I don't want to shock you, Mr. Speaker, but you'll see the logic in what I have to say. When my partner says something, I often, like you, I want to know why. In this conflict I have with my partner, I want to understand her motivation. So I want to understand the motivations of the federal government, which is refusing to support taxpayers and businesses who now have to contend with 2 tax returns. What is motivating the Liberal government? Why don't they want to save $425 million a year? Well, the answer is simple, and the member for La Prairie already covered it in part. They're scared. What are they scared of? They're scared of sending a signal to Quebec, a signal that, as a nation, Quebec is fully capable of governing itself. This is something that annoys the Liberal government. Quebec is able to manage its own affairs. Canada is worried that my nation will move towards political autonomy. We don't want a railroad. We want autonomy. They want to do business. We are different entities. So that's why we're not getting along with the NDP or the Liberals. It's not because we're not worried about employment. These parties are worried about giving political autonomy to Quebec. They're worried about us proving that we are capable of governing ourselves. That's what's bothering them. In committee, the Conservatives very sneakily, under the table, abstained from voting in favor of the bill. They have this same fear. They don't want to give more autonomy to Quebec. They talk a lot, but when time comes to act, they're not there. Now, the new Conservative leader is saying you won't support Bill 96, won't support Bill 21. Look, all parties here have an Ottawa knows best vision. They don't want to recognize Quebec. They don't want to recognize the fact that Quebec is a distinct society that makes distinct choices. They do not want to give Quebec a chance to administer a single tax return. So where does this lead us, Mr. Speaker? What we have is the Liberal NDP strategy, which is when it comes to autonomy, they say, as Charlevoix did, sit down, you're scaring people. You know, autonomy, it'll get you nowhere. What is it good for? You won't get any more oranges. Florida won't give you oranges. They won't sell them in Quebec if you become independent. It's the same thing with the single tax return. Sit down, you're scaring people. Oh, if we have a single tax return, you're going to lose your jobs. That's the argument I hear any time the single tax return comes up, but it doesn't stop there. In the previous parliament, the member for Joliette tabled a bill on this topic. With him and with my colleague from Lac-Saint-Jean, we looked into the issue and we went to the tax centers in my riding. We went and spoke with the people there. We also carried out a study to get a sense of what people are doing who work for the federal government in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. This study shows that the federal government's justification, i.e. maintaining jobs, doesn't hold water. First, time's running out. Quebec gets 12% of CRA jobs, but pays in 20% of its costs. So already things are out of balance, 20% and 12%. So already inequity is what we see. Then we carried out a study. We saw there was a boom in public service hiring in the 2000s. And because of that, Saguenay Lac-Saint-Jean is already roughly 1,100 employees short. So we're already below reasonable thresholds. They're trying to scare people by saying, oh, you'll lose your public service jobs. Well, that is ridiculous. And yet there's more, and I'm running out of time here. Once a constituent came up to me. They had been hired by the CRA during the pandemic. So she was really happy because she worked for the CRA. But then she said, you know, when they hired me, they told me that my position would be bilingual. And because I'm not bilingual, they're going to terminate my contract. They're going to terminate my contract because I'm Francophone and not bilingual. So this person who handles CRA files will not get a permanent contract. And why? Because she's Francophone. We see this throughout the federal public service. We see all sorts of experiences like this each and every day. We see issues with immigration. We see issues with EI. Every single service offered by the federal government is suffering a severe labor shortage. And then they're going to Francophones and saying, you're not bilingual, so we're not going to keep your job around. If I were a Liberal MP, I would be shocked by this. This would shock me much more than the idea of job losses due to a single tax return. Because if there were a single tax return, these people could be reassigned. And there are ways that they could keep their jobs. So here's the truth. The Liberals are terrified of Quebec getting more autonomy.
Debate, but of course the warning is that there's only about 3 minutes left in the debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Speaker, just to continue on the line when the member says the truth. And we saw a bit of the sense of truth that was coming from the member himself when he indicated that really and truly what this is about is separating from Canada. That is what seems to be the primary motivation for the Bloc in terms of making the presentation, if you listen to what it is that the member was actually suggesting. Mr. Speaker, I would like to hear the actual logistical arguments as to why it would be in Canada's, as a nation's best interest, to do what it is that the Bloc is actually proposing, without a separatist bias. Mr. Speaker, without the separatists, like every province, every territory has separatists that live in them. But, Mr. Speaker, if you listen to what it is the member was articulating, it wasn't, here's the logic behind it. You know, are we to say that every separatist that in every province that says, hey, look, we should have our own taxation or we should forget about OAS, we want our own OAS program? I suspect that the separatists here that are inside this chamber would say, we don't want a national OAS program. I would beg to differ. I would suggest to you that old age supplements, GIS, and many other programs that are out there, that all Canadians in every region of our country benefit by that. The Bloc have failed to be able to demonstrate why it is in Canada's best interest, including the province of Quebec's best interest, as to why there is an argument to be made for a single system that's solely based on the province of Quebec versus, let's say, Canada, Mr. Speaker. I think that we have to be open to, yes, as I believe the Liberal caucus is open to the arguments, but not with a bias that I've seen that has been demonstrated by the former Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the person that last addressed the chamber. I do believe, in terms of the distinct nature of the province of Quebec and its uniqueness, and I think there's a great deal of sympathy in terms of how it is that we can recognize that in many, many different forms. But no way was that really demonstrated in the debate, in the introduction of this bill in particular, from the previous Bloc member that spoke, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I would suggest to you that the bill, even before going into committee, needs to have another look at, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, I am somewhat concerned in terms of how it is the Conservative Party is placing itself on this legislation. And I would hope it's not in an appeal in order to try to garner some sort of support coming from the Bloc side, Mr. Speaker. I am concerned about that.
I think that we need to take a look at Canada in those services that it provides, and if there's better ways in which we can provide those services, then we should look at that, Mr. Speaker. But that does not mean that we start taking apart Canada, whether it's separatists in one province or another province, because that is their ultimate goal, and that's the purpose of the legislation, as it was implied in the previous speaker's comments.
La période prévue pour
It being time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired. The order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm here again to ask about urgency for persons with disabilities for immediate income support as they continue to wait for the Canada Disability Benefit. There was news today that there will be a vote tomorrow, and I wanted to share that the House today did want to push this through quickly. But we still have to wait for those regulations to be made. And we know that persons with disabilities face too many challenges, and that there are only increasing costs of living, such as food, skyrocketing homes, and rent prices. Throughout the course of the committee study on Bill C-22, we heard about the suffering of those living in poverty. We heard from the minister that ESDC had supplied information that the average gap for persons with disabilities between their income and the Canada poverty line is $9,000. $9,000 below the poverty line, Mr. Speaker. Overwhelmingly, we heard that almost 1 million persons with disabilities living in poverty are not eating enough meals daily and cannot keep up with the rising costs. They're making impossible choices in housing, food, heating, transportation. The provincial support programs have remained stagnant. As we know, no single province is even close to the poverty line. Nova Scotia and New Brunswick show the highest gaps with excess of $12,000 a year, while two of the most affluent provinces, Ontario and BC, have gaps nearing $10,000. I have no doubt that the gaps have only grown worse. It's essential that the federal government step up with some interim benefit immediately. This government has international obligations, including the UN's Convention on the Right of Persons with Disabilities, to ensure dignity and full equality for all. This includes necessary and adequate income. It's not happening right now, Mr. Speaker. Dire financial circumstances are the reality for too many people with disabilities, and the longer they must wait for the promised Canada Disability Benefit, the more they are left feeling abandoned by this government. Another common theme from witness testimony in committee for C-22 was that income supports are needed now. With the rising hopes and expectations of a Canada Disability Benefit, persons with disabilities are calling for assistance to get them through until the disability benefit is a reality. In the last several months, we have been hearing calls, a growing call, Mr. Speaker, for an emergency response benefit to offset the cost of living. Will this Liberal government acknowledge the dire financial situation for 1 million persons with disabilities in this country? What is the plan to protect their human rights? And will the Liberals explore an interim benefit as we wait for the Canada Disability Benefit?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague, member for Port Moody Coquitlam, for her excellent question and for her advocacy on behalf of persons with disabilities. I want to especially acknowledge the advocacy of the Honourable Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion. She has worked tirelessly throughout her career to promote the rights of persons with disabilities. I understand my colleague is looking forward to knowing all about the Canada Disability Benefit, and I too want nothing more than to see Canadians with disabilities receive the new Canada Disability Benefit as quickly as possible. I remind my colleague that, as set out in this legislation, the details of the proposed benefit will be addressed in future regulations, and those details include the benefit amount, eligibility criteria, and other features such as the treatment of employment income. We will work out all of those details in consultation with our partners, including persons with disabilities and disability stakeholders, as well as with provinces and territories. Mr. Speaker, the Canada Disability Benefit will be a groundbreaking income supplement. It has the potential to lift hundreds of thousands of working age persons with disabilities out of poverty, and that's why we are taking the time to get it right. In the spirit of Nothing Without Us, we will continue engaging with disability community at every turn to ensure that the Canada Disability Benefit is designed with their voices at the table. We will keep their voices at the forefront to ensure that we truly reduce poverty and support the financial security of working age Canadians with disabilities. I'm pleased to say that engagement activities began in the summer of 2021. A series of virtual roundtables with stakeholders took place during the winter and spring of 2022, and community-led consultations will continue over the coming months. We have also been working closely with provincial and territorial governments because they play a key role in providing benefits and supports to many Canadians with disabilities. This will help us ensure that every person who receives the Canada Disability Benefit will be better off, and it will also help us harmonize delivery of the CDB and ensure that there are no clawbacks to other benefits. Mr. Speaker, the Canada Disability Benefit has the potential to make a profound difference in the lives of hundreds of thousands of working age Canadians with disabilities. For that to happen, we need to take the time to do things the right way, and that's exactly what we are doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciated working with the member throughout this whole process of C-22 since this Parliament began to sit. But what I'm asking about, Mr. Speaker, is right now the cost of living is limiting persons with disabilities that are living in poverty their opportunity to eat a meal in the day. So what I'm asking the member for is the Liberal government willing to consider an emergency interim benefit as we wait for the Canada Disability to get in their bank accounts, basically, Mr. Speaker? I just wanted to know from the member, is this on the Liberals' radar to make sure that people living with a disability in this country are having their human rights upheld and that they can afford to live in a home and that they can afford to eat a decent meal and buy fresh fruit and vegetables in this country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the proposed Canada Disability Benefit has the potential to reduce poverty and improve financial security for hundreds of thousands of working age Canadians with disabilities. And that's why we are taking the time to consult with our partners, including the disability community, Indigenous organizations, disability researchers and experts, persons with disabilities, disability stakeholders, as well as the provinces and the territories. Mr. Speaker, persons with disabilities know what they need. With their input, we will determine all details of the Canada Disability Benefit, which we look forward to sharing with everyone, including with my colleague, the member of Port Moody Coquitlam. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am here tonight because I am deeply concerned about the state of our immigration system in this country. I am overwhelmed by the stories, the horrific stories of people's lives being ruined because this government has failed to provide a service that they are required to provide for people that are trying to come to Canada, that are trying to bring their loved ones to Canada. Mr. Speaker, I don't think anyone in this place is going to be surprised when I say that my office is dealing with non-stop stories on IRCC issues. Every single member of this House of Commons is getting calls non-stop on how our immigration system is failing to meet the needs of Canadians, failing to meet the needs of all those people that are trying to make Canada their home. You know, we have a government right now that is promising things. They promise to bring in unlimited of this and 40 of that. And, you know, they make tons and tons of 500,000 of this. Mr. Speaker, the way I've described this in the past is this. We have a goat track. Our immigration system right now is a goat track. So don't promise me that you're going to buy me a Lamborghini when you have a goat track. The system is broken, and this government has an obligation to fix our immigration system. The fact of the matter is that we have people that are trying to come to Canada to go to school. The question I asked the minister, the question I'm actually bringing forward again, we have students that want to study in universities in Canada. My goodness, we want these people to come to Canada. We want these people to study at our universities. Our universities need that tuition. Our country benefits from having these people come to our country, and yet they cannot come because our immigration system is so broken. Mr. Speaker, this question was about students and their ability to come to Canada to study. But I have to take this opportunity to tell you a little bit about some other folks. Yesterday I was walking into the House of Commons. There was a man from Afghanistan. He worked for the Canadian government. His family and his loved ones are still in Afghanistan. He can't get them out. Mr. Speaker, he was sobbing on the steps of the House of Commons because he is so worried that his family will be murdered. It breaks my heart. Mr. Speaker, I've been working with members from all parties, from members of every party in this House, to bring female members of Parliament from Afghanistan to Canada to safety. I woke up a week ago to news that one of those members of Parliament had been murdered. So I don't want to hear from the government that they are going to bring in 100,000 people or 20,000 people or whatever the number is, because they are not fixing the immigration system. And the problem when they don't fix the immigration system is that it ruins people's lives. It ruins our chance of having people come and be part of this beautiful country that is Canada. I don't want to hear that they're doing enough. I want to hear what they're going to do to fix the deeply broken immigration system in this country now.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question, and I'm happy to highlight our government's progress as we continue working to improve our immigration and refugee system. In addition to the challenges brought with pandemic backlog, Canada is the top destination in the world for immigration. There are record levels of people wanting to come to Canada. We also saw back-to-back humanitarian crises in Afghanistan and Ukraine, which significantly impacted processing capacities as more resources were reallocated to these crises. Our government has added the tools and resources, more than 1,250 new employees in 2022, to tackle this challenge for students and all others, and the results of 2022 show it. Last year, IRCC processed over 5.2 million applications, nearly double those processed in 2021. This is thanks in part to improvements to the immigration system, including digitized applications, the hiring and training of new employees, streamlined processes, and the harnessing of automation to increase efficiency while protecting the safety and security of Canadians. The results for study permits was even better. IRCC processed approximately 739,000 study permit applications compared to 555,000 in 2021. The fact is we have made international study permits a priority, which is why there has been a 100% increase in international students since 2015. Canada is on track to meet its goal to process 80% of new applications within service standards of 60 days and provide shorter wait times for our clients. We have been taking concrete steps to reduce our backlogs, which, to be clear, are the applications that have been in inventories longer than the service standards. The government knows the wait is too long and is working hard to address the problem and return to service standards. That's what Canada's future students, workers, permanent residents, and citizens expect. To support greater transparency, we have implemented solutions like online status trackers that provide reassurance to client by allowing them to view progress on their applications. Our case status trackers are in place for citizenship applicants and certain permanent resident applications. We'll continue to expand these trackers to more applicants across our system in the coming months, including study permits. To keep Canadians up to date on our progress on reducing backlogs, the Department has also been publishing monthly updates on its websites. These actions demonstrate our commitment to improving processing, reducing backlogs, and ensuring our immigration system works for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, universities in Canada are losing millions of dollars because study permits are not being processed in time. Iranians trying to escape from their murderous terrorist regime are waiting years for news on when their loved ones can come and when they can come. Afghanistan. We have 9 MPs, members of parliament, female members of parliament. This government could get them out today. They could get them to safety today, and they are choosing not to do that. Hong Kongers. Right now, there is a program that is going to expire, and this government has done nothing to ensure that it is extended. And Ukrainians. Ukrainians in my riding have not been able to study at university because this government has failed to give them a study permit. That's not a solution.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it's not just promises, it's action. Our government added the tools and resources. Again, 1,250 new employees in 2022. And again, we see the results, 5.2 million applications processed, which was nearly double the applications processed in 2021. And again, the results for study permits was even better. IRCC processed approximately 739,000 permit applications compared to 555,000 in 2021. Again, Mr. Speaker, with hard work, timely investments, we are processing more student applications than we ever have. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.